Let's call this meeting to order. Public notice this meeting was properly posted at the Synergy Business Park, Kings Tree Building, and on the agency's website, and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in accordance with Section 30-40-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. First is the approval of our agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a couple of corrections to that. Item I and N have been deleted on application hearings. And under new business, since Ms. Ryan is not here today, I'd like to suggest we continue item B under new business until next month when she can be here, since that's HVAC related and that's her field.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Approve as amended.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, absent members, as just stated, Ms. Ryan is on, has a family vacation planned, and she will not be here today.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, approval of minutes. There has been a revision from the January 14th, 2026 meeting. There was just a small revision done in that, so I need to get approval of that.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next is the approval of the minutes for last month's meeting, the 7/8/2026 meeting.
Motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on, Chairman remarks. When I call your name, we're going to start initial application hearings next. You'll come up to that desk where those three chairs are. What I ask of you is to please get this microphone close enough you can hear. You can move this thing around, do whatever you want to with it, but we can't hear you unless you speak clearly into it. With that being said, the first on the application hearing is Ori Klebansky. Ori Klebansky. Eric O'Sullivan.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Mr. O'Sullivan, you know you had right to be represented by an attorney, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right in front of you is our court reporter. She will get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. O'Sullivan could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided or W-2 1099 information.
All right, sir. If you want to explain those two items and some work experience, and see if we get you ready to sit for the exam.
Sure. Yes, sir. In 2024, I partnered with Set Construction. The partnership was, I was the investor project. So I would make funds on the back end of the project when I went to sell it, the house. But with him being the contractor on that, I negotiated with him a part of the deal was that he would sign for me to get my builder's license to be able to continue to build houses and beautify the Green Department County, the upstate of South Carolina is the main focus area of where we're wanting to continue to build. I've been around building. Sorry, this thing's cutting out a little bit. I've been around. Closer?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you feel like you're eating it.
Yeah, I was about to say, it feels like I'm about to swallow, like I got a sucker in my mouth. But I've been around building all my life. My father has his residential builder's license and has for years. I just have not worked for him in the last 5 years. I also run my own financial practice, but So very, very familiar with making sure that we get licenses and do things the right way. I oversaw the project halfway through the project. Obviously, he was hiring people to come in, do work, subcontractors, things like that. A couple of the folks that he had hired were not getting the job done properly, were not passing inspections. So being that it was my financial backing that was causing all this, or as a result of that was causing some financial issues with the project. Obviously, things costing more, having to go back and redo, as you all know. I took the liberty of hiring professionals, went and got them approved with the county, past contractors removed, and made sure things were done the right way. I met Lawson McLean, who is the chief inspector for Greenville County. Met them out there myself on the projects, went through line items with them on the projects, made sure that the project was continuing to move forward in a manner that is, for one, a good product that we can be proud of, and for two, something that the homeowner can be proud of as well, that they're not going to have issues with. A part of that, he did not necessarily like me doing that, but I can't continue to put things in not have the right people to do the right job. And one thing that is very important to me is making sure we do things the right way. We've had family businesses in the state of South Carolina for over 40 years with my family's companies. We always want to make sure we do things the right way and like they're supposed to be done. And that's a reason why I'm here today, to make sure we get licensed to do things the way that it needs to be done.
All right. Is this one house that's been done? Or,
Yeah, well, I've, like I said, I've been a part of building for, a while, ever since I was a kid, with my family's business. But yes, this is the most recent house that we have done. It was over a year's worth of experience for that one project.
so when you took over the project, I guess, I'm somewhat a little bit confused. Did you remove the builder?
I did not remove the builder. He came every so often and checked on things, but he was not as involved as he was beforehand, because he didn't like me removing his people, but his people were costing me thousands and thousands of dollars because they weren't getting the job done properly. I was paying the bank, I was paying the budget, I was paying the subcontractors, and I was paying them, and they weren't getting the job done. So at the end of the day, they had to be removed from the project. Those subcontractors had to be removed from the project and get subcontractors in that know what they're doing, know how to pass, and get their inspections done. If there's a issue with the inspection, not just, I don't really know what's going on. I need somebody who knows what's going on, so we can make sure that the house is obviously done properly, and that we can get to the next step of getting CO for what we're wanting to do.
And he still signed the affidavit for you?
No, sir, that's why I'm here, because he did not sign the affidavit for me.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir. Yes, sir.
I thought he gave your approval.
No, that was the agreement. And come to find out, he was under another gentleman that actually held the license for the general contractor's license.
All right. So you were the financial backer of this house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you get the workers that you replaced the builder's workers? Where'd you get them from? Were they your father's subs, or?
A couple of them, like I said, we've been in the upstate doing business for over 40 years. So I know a good many people that, whether that's plumbers, subcontractors for electrical. My wife's father is also a master electrician that came in to do our electrical part of that. He usually just does commercial, but I was able to, we were able to.
So
get him.
just family connections you had, you could
sir.
get the trades.
Yes, sir, I could get the right people to do
All
the
right,
right job.
where is this house?
This house is in 455 Griffin Road, Greenville, South Carolina.
Or what's Griffin Road is close to what? I'm from Greenville.
So if you go out Standing Springs Road,
Yep.
and as soon as you take the red light before you get to the Publix,
Yep.
you take a right there, and as soon as there's a larger subdivision on the left as you're going down the road, you go down the hill and back up around, there's a larger subdivision here, and there's a kind of like a fork off. That is Griffin Road. It is the second house on the right. I have also, I know I couldn't upload this to you guys, but I have videos and pictures of the project as well.
Is it a contract house or is it a spec house?
Well, it was a semi-custom spec house. It sold for $620,000.
Okay.
So it was not like a little house that was thrown together. It was, they had a lot of custom features in that house that were very, our goal for what we're wanting to do, we're wanting to make custom homes, but not at a custom price. We want to make sure not to cut corners, but we want to make sure that we give families in the state of South Carolina a very, very good opportunity to have something that they can be proud of, something that's not just thrown together, that's, put together in 60 days, and make something that families can have and be proud of a home, and also be able to do things that are not necessarily cookie cutter and give them some custom features that they're allowed to be able to part of, that they can be proud of, and that we can be proud of as builders to be able to build for them and beautify our community.
All right, just one more question.
Sure.
At the end, when the house was finished, what happened to the builder that I'm just assuming pulled the permits, was part of the project? It sounds to me like you just replaced him. What happened to him how was that worked out on the sale? Everything good or?
No, everything's fine. Everything's taken care of. That house is everything that was a part of that house has been paid in full, taken care of, the whole 9 yards. He just said, "Don't worry about my portion. You've done that," and he just left.
All right, that's a little screwy to me, but
I
I'll
understand.
accept your testimony.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. It is not conventional, but when placing some people. Yes, sir.
How big is this house?
2454 square foot was on that house.
So it took you 15 months to build it?
Yeah, it should not have taken that long, but yes, sir.
Yeah, that's about a 6-month build at most.
Yeah,
right there.
That was, there again, part of the problem. I'm paying the bill for all of that.
In your statement here earlier, you said that the 15 months took care of your year requirement that you need for the building license.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, if you stretch a 6-month project into 15 months, do you think that really satisfies what the regs say? Obviously, no.
It was still time spent on the project. So, should it have? Maybe not, but it also taught me a lot of things that go into projects that I will see
All right,
in the future.
let me ask this question another
Yes,
way.
sir.
Went to a surgeon, would you want him to be your second surgery? Or would you rather he be your third or fourth or fifth, or, you follow me?
Yes, sir. Obviously, multiples, but nonetheless, he was certified to do the surgery.
Your activity on this house was mostly just replacing all the bad subs and providing money?
Well, budgets, replacing subs, working with subs, making sure that things were a part of, meeting inspectors out at the project, making sure the inspections go properly, making sure that we could get the house to finish. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
High enough for me?
Yeah, we did.
Sorry. I'm confused about something. It sounded to me like you were backing someone who did not have a license, who was depending on someone else who had a license. Is that right?
Well, he does have a license as a subcontractor. He showed me the.
But not a builder's license?
Well, he has a general contractor's license.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I was just trying to be clear on that. I'm not sure that one house that took 15 months to build qualifies. Tell me again what you were doing right before you financed this house. I guess now we're talking 2 years ago when it started?
Yes, 2 years ago. So I run my own financial practice as far as financial services practice, financial
So were
planning.
you financing other builders also?
No, sir.
Okay.
Just my own projects.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what other building projects might you have had during that time? Or was this the only one?
This was the only one during this period of time.
All right. And how long had it been since you worked with your father?
Oh, I worked with him for goodness, 14 years.
I'm sorry, I asked the question the wrong way. Were you working for your father and then went into the financial
Yes,
business?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. About 10, so 10 years before, after I worked with my father, it's been probably about, 2024, that would be probably about a 7.5-year gap between when I worked with my father's business compared to his. We did we did at least 4 houses that I was a part of with my father's business as well.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Help me, I've just,
It was, that part of the experience was just longer than the 5 years, so I didn't submit that.
longer. It was over 5 years ago. Okay, all right, thank you.
What was your duties when you worked for your father?
That was just general labor for what he, whatever we needed on the job site. He had us doing all sorts of stuff.
I'd like to make a motion, we deny Mr. Sullivan based on lack of sufficient experience.
I'll second to see if there's any discussion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
One of the documents in your application packet, it lists the project foreman, Eric O'Sullivan, which is you.
Yes.
Designer is Tara O'Sullivan.
Yep, that is my wife. So she designed layouts and for blueprints, things like that.
Built under the provisional builder Reggie Montgomery Set Construction.
Yes, sir. That was who was the builder of the listed as the license holder for the permitting.
I'm struggling, what does provisional builder mean?
Well, he was under the builder's.
Can I interject? Reggie Montgomery owns Set Construction.
Construction.
He is not the qualifier for that company. The qualifier for that company is a Mr. Carter, I believe, Robert Carter.
Robert Carter, yeah.
Yes, so Reggie is not licensed. He just owns a licensed general contractor's company.
Gentleman that was licensed, did you ever work under his supervision in the construction of this house?
No, sir. I worked with Reggie Montgomery, who is that gentleman, the provisional, or
All right, any further discussion? All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. It sounds like we've got to get a little bit more experience before us. You can gain that in multiple ways. more than one house, I assume, down the road, or specially licensed and do some work underneath that. But that's about all I've got to recommend at this point to move forward.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next up is David Renshaw. Sir David Renshaw. Tyler Buddenborg, I'm sorry. Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Good. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a plumbing license for Mr. Buddenborg could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that part to us.
The best of my understanding, my former employer, his name is Jake Thomas, or Jacob Thomas. He owns the Irish Plumber in Hartsville, South Carolina. He told me that he filled out an affidavit of experience, but then said he couldn't help me because he thought that it wasn't within the proper time, which I'm right on the cusp of. I believe I left him around December of 2021. So like I'm like in that 5-month period of where it's kind of still within the 5 years. And so from my understanding, he just has not submitted it. I've reached out several times and have had no luck with that at all. And so I figured the next best step for me would be to appear before y'all and prove my experience that way.
Okay, so it looks like you worked for him for a number of years, correct?
That's correct.
When you left him, where were you in
So-
your job title, duties?
Yeah, so I was running a crew. We mostly did service work. I've done everything from 6 inches or smaller, from PVC, CPVC. We didn't really do PEX. I can solder copper. We've done cast iron. We've built brand new residential homes to doing remodels. I've done commercial stuff as well with him. I did not apply for my commercial license because it's 2 years within the last 5, and I know I didn't have all of that. I helped build an animal hospital, did oxygen lines for there. I've run gas lines. I've been certified with Renai to do tankless water heaters, take them apart, put them together. From my understanding, again, I just think that he may see me as competition going into where we are. And yeah. So I ran a crew with one other guy, which he no longer works with them. He ended up moving to Florida, but I was in charge of one of the crews and service work and all.
Right, just sitting here looking at your W-2s, it looks like you progressed every year
Yes, sir.
with this job from 2018, 2017, all the way 16. Heck, I keep missing them. All the way to 2021. I mean, it's a nice progression every year as far as, compensation.
Yes, sir.
So y'all did do new homes,
That's correct.
under
Yes, sir.
slab and crawl space? Or?
That's correct,
Okay.
both. Yeah,
All right.
I've done undergrounds. I realized too late that I could have submitted photos. I have photos back from 2016 and onward of undergrounds and different gas meters and things. They're all on my phone. I didn't realize until, again, too late that I could have submitted some photos. But yeah, we've done everything from undergrounds to crawl spaces. There haven't been too many basements because of the water table, of course. But yeah.
I mean, I think the W-2s to me say a lot. Nobody's going to hire you and work you that many years, and you progress to that level of compensation, and you not be competent in
Yes, sir.
in what you're doing.
Go ahead.
I think one question for me, but, so you were employee of the Irish Plumber,
That's correct.
and for how many years?
I believe it was right at 6. I was going on towards 7. I get it confused because, like, I started I believe in March of 2016. I forget whether or not I started then or not. So, yeah.
Motion.
I would move that the applicant be approved for the registration as requested.
Second.
Sit for the exam, you mean?
Yes, for sit for the exam.
So I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you so
And-
much.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
Thanks.
Johnny Palmer.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Palmer. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right. Let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a builder's license for Mr. Palmer could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that to us.
Yes, sir. Maybe a little bit unique. I own my own business. I've had my business, South Carolina licensed LLC for the last 10 years, established in 2016. Early on, I did purchase a few homes, renovations for resale. Most recently, over the last couple of years, I've kind of transitioned into more of a holding company, rental company. So everything I do is for myself. I buy, I hold, I rent. My mission statement for my company is to provide a positive, clean living experience for tenants while achieving sustainable cash flow and long-term financial returns. A little bit about my experience is, again, I own my own business, filed taxes on that business for the last 10 years every year. I am an owner-operator, so meaning that I do hire subcontractors, I do hire other contractors to do work, but I also do the work myself, so framing, demolition, framing, all of the above. I also participate in that. So I don't just hire subcontractors to do the whole job. I do both. So I hire and I also perform the work. My projects, most of my projects consist of full renovations. So what I call studs to the dirt. One of my biggest opportunities, I buy older homes. I buy smaller homes, typically one story. I don't do a lot of two-story homes. Generally around 1,500 square foot or less. Largest problem I've run into is underspan floor joists. So we have to rip the whole floors out. We have to redo that with new supports. I've got experience in footers, digging footers and posts in that space around house or underneath floor joist systems. Currently, right now, I'm in the middle of a process where I'm actually converting a floor joist system into a concrete slab because it was entirely rotted out. Which was an interesting project. My credentials, I guess some of the credentials that tie into, that make me successful, have been successful so far. I do have a business degree from Colorado State University. I have an executive education certificate from the Darla Moore School of Business here at USC. I'm also Lean Six Sigma certified Green Belt, which helps me in project management. And then I also hold a specialty contractor's license as well for the state of South Carolina. My current projects right now total about $1.2 million, all financed by me. And I lead and manage every project. So I do everything from start to end. Closing on another property next Friday that'll bring my total up to about 1.5 million in total as of current.
All right, what
That's
is your
the first
specialty
question.
registration?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What is your specialty registration?
It's in framing, siding, and flooring.
Okay. Until you mentioned that, you were headed down a road that didn't sound real good, but thankfully, you do have that. So now, all of these projects you keep for yourself. You don't do work for anybody else.
Holding company, yes, sir. I hold them for myself.
All right, because as a specialty registrant like that, you're not allowed to do that if you're working for other people. You can't hire other subs. You realize that? Which, if you get approved to sit for the exam, is not going to make any difference anymore.
Yes, sir. I didn't realize that I couldn't hire contractors to do work on my own properties. I didn't know.
No,
I
no,
didn't
that's
realize
not what I said. If you work for other people, you can't hire them. If it's your properties, I don't see any reason.
No, sir. They
he
have
can't-
all been my properties, 100% my properties. I don't work for anyone else.
That would be correct. I think and I don't want to step over your question.
No, go ahead.
I think probably the question we have is what role, when you pull permits, obviously you had to have a builder, licensed builder or licensed GC.
Yes,
pull
sir.
those permits. And when it went beyond the scope of what you can do with your registration.
Yes, sir. So I've pulled permits as the homeowner. Again, they're all my properties. They all stayed my properties. I pulled permits as the homeowner. I also do work with a contractor, have a great relationship with a contractor. There's some major projects that I have going on right now that I'm working with the contractor on. He works, I wouldn't say I work for him. He works for me. I'm hiring him to do the job. He's pulled the permits as an example for the conversion, for the slab conversion from a flooring system is all done under a licensed contractor in the area. I have all full say of the project. I have final sign off on all inspections, and I essentially lead the projects. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, you need a license. Because I could be wrong, but can he pull the permits as the owner of the property and then rent the units?
No, not as an owner builder.
That's what I thought. And you don't have to tell me, but what town is this, Clover?
Yes, sir.
What's the market rate rent in Clover?
Yeah, so for all of my units, they're roughly around $1,800 to $2,000 a month.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't, again, goes back to my mission statement is I want to provide a good, clean, positive living experience for tenants, so I don't, I have a certain standard of property that I purchase or rehabilitate to.
All right, so you mentioned twice 1.2 million. Is that the value of your properties, or is that the amount you have you're in the process of redeveloping now? Is that what's going on now, the 1.2 million?
That's total completion amount. It's about 800,000 in real estate purchases and then the rest in rehabilitation cost. All financed by 100% by me.
All right, I'm going to make a motion, we allow him to sit for the exam because he needs the license. And if we get a second, and then we can discuss it, I guess, but I'll make a motion, we allow him.
I'll second it because I agree.
I have a motion second. Now, under discussion.
Yes, sir.
Not just because he needs a license. I'm looking at projects here if he says what he says, he's done well on some of these projects. They look good. They've
Yeah,
been
I
some
agree.
good rehabs.
Yes, sir. I submitted a portfolio. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but I did provide pictures of all the work that I was directly involved in.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
looking at some of these,
Yes,
and the before and after pictures are, they're good rehabs. I get that. I see, there's one new construction, is that?
Yeah, yes, sir. I didn't mention that. So I did do one new construction. I did it with the contractor that I worked with. Contractor obviously had to pull the permits. I can't pull a permit for new construction, but I project managed that entire process from start to finish. Again, I financed it, project managed it. He built it as a partner. I did not work for him. We built it as a partner. We split the proceeds at the end when the house sold.
All right, and just to clarify, this is your full-time job?
This is not my full-time job. So I'm actually I work for a global CPG company. I'm transitioning out of that into this by the end of the year. So this was the next step in progression.
So your job allows you that much leeway to be able
Yes,
to
sir.
be this hands-on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The one that referred to, I guess, project number 6, new construction,
Yes, sir.
you didn't hold on to that house. That house was
No,
sold.
no, sir. We sold that. That was from the beginning. That was to be built and sold. Yes, sir.
And there was a licensed builder
It
that
was,
pulled the
yes, sir.
permit
Yes,
on
sir.
that.
100%. Yes, sir. Great relationship, by the way. So, no, like, we work very well together. So,
Yeah. I believe that there are probably some things that you skirted, for sure, with some of the owner-builder stuff, but that's water under the bridge. Hopefully, you can get this license and move on and further your career in the building industry. So with that being said, we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
yes, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
good luck. William McDowell. Good morning,
Morning, sir.
sir. Now, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having me here today.
I'm sorry, hold on one sec.
Yes, sir.
Administrator's going to open up your case real quick, announce it. So, and you have a handout, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just give us a couple minutes on that to get it handed out so everybody has it in their hand before you start.
Thank you.
So we have something to look at. Yep, thanks. And
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders license for Mr. McDowell could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided, and there was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
all right, sir, if you want to go ahead and get started.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm in a similar position as the last fellow. I'm a full-time firefighter paramedic for Hall County Fire Rescue, and that's based out of North Georgia in the Gainesville area. That being said, since January of 2024, I've been developing my own rentals. In the state of South Carolina, obviously, as you all know, I cannot pull an owner-builder permit and then plan on renting it. So I do have an experience affidavit. Since early 2024, Jimmy L. Davis, Jimmy Davis is the licensed contractor for South Carolina. He has worked with me in Junction to pull a permit and then oversee my management of the project. I've got numerous projects on there in that, I'm sorry, that's a massive handout, but on the front page is a handful of the permits on the project I'm working on right now. We've got our meeting next week for our CO. I am the one that has met with the inspector on all these permits. I'm the meeting with the inspector for the CO next week. They've been pretty intensive permitting on this project and obviously renovation. That's a handful of different projects I've worked on. Like I said, I've been doing this since 2024. That's just my most recent project. I do the vast majority of the labor myself. I do all my tile, my flooring, drywall, paint, trim. I pay out for countertops, and I don't hang drywall. And then I'm the one that's managed and hired my specialty contractors for electrical, HVAC, and plumbing as needed. And again, this has all been in conjunction with the oversee of Jimmy Davis assisting me. The reason I don't have the W-2 or 1099 income is because in a similar sense, I have been more hiring him to oversee it. So he's not paying me to work on other people's job sites. These are all houses that I own. I own 5 houses. I've done pretty extensive remodeling in 4 of them. And Jimmy's been the oversight on the vast majority of it, including the first one in January, and then I've been doing it extensively since. And I waited till I hit the 2-year mark to go ahead and apply for my license, just to help with the fact that I'm not doing this 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. It's the vast majority of my off days. It's still 20 to 30 hours a week that I'm doing all of the labor. And that's why I waited. And at this point, it's been 2.5 years of me doing this, generating equity and being able to provide rentals for people. And making sure I do it through a contractor so that I am legally able to rent them after.
Is most of this in McCormick County?
2 of them were. One was Abbeville, one was in Toccoa, Georgia, and then I also did a lot of work on my house in Commerce, Georgia.
Okay, and Jimmy did all the South Carolina?
He did 2 of the 3. The one in the middle, at the time when I purchased it, I didn't plan on pulling permits. I thought it was mostly cosmetic. In hindsight, I found a few issues that I handled in the process. A permit wasn't pulled on it, but it was mostly cosmetic work. Still took a lot when it's a one-man show, but.
All right, so how many houses have you accumulated in this time?
5.
In the 2.5 years?
Yes, sir. I purchased my first house in 2022. It was for my primary residence, and I did work to it then, but none of it had the general contractor involvement. The 4 since have been since January 2024.
And if approved to sit for the exam, what's your plan?
My goal is to not have to go through Jimmy at this point. It's gotten to where I check in with him, I run stuff down. Whenever we have mechanical contractors come in, I check with him, make sure everything looks code compliant before I get the inspection ready. My goal is to not have to hire him as essentially a qualifying agent. I would like to be able to purchase a house off a foreclosure market or wholesaler and be able to pull my own permits and do exactly what I do now with my name on the contracting thing. It took me a while to get used to. There was learning curve, stuff I had to learn along the way, where I'd have to reach out to Jimmy and be like, hey, like, the county said this, what's the best way to handle it? For example, my house in McCormick I'm working on right now that we have our CO next week. When I purchased it, the meter base was pulled off the wall from Hurricane Helene. I sat as a foreclosure, and then in the process, we were planning on getting a contacted electrician, had a licensed electrician come out to get a new meter base and main wire in. And at the time, I was supposed to update the breaker fully to GFCI, AFCI. But McCormick actually had a provision where if it was Hurricane Helene damage, they wouldn't make me. So I had to work with Jimmy a little bit to get that sorted out and work with the city and then Avery Gambrell, who is the one that I've been in touch with for all the inspections in McCormick.
Is Jimmy still just he's a GC?
He's a general contractor,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
I've known him for many years, and he's a good, did a lot of building in Anderson. I feel pretty confident if he is pulling permits for him, he's, must think a lot of you. 'Cause
Yes, sir. I just talked to him yesterday.
He can be a tough guy.
He's awesome, though.
Yep. So it is, I think it says a lot that he is helping you out.
Yes, sir.
Now, I do have some concerns. Now,
Of course.
don't get me wrong. I would have liked to have seen a new build under your belt at some point, but, you know, some of these structures, if you've taken them down and done foundation work and structural framing back, that is probably, you know, it's better.
And part of my question about what your intentions are was, do you intend on getting into the new construction?
At some point I may, but for me, it's not an option right now. Again, in South Carolina, I live in Georgia. I'm rooted in Georgia. I want to eventually move to Greenville, but if I pulled a permit for new build construction, I would have to live in it for 2 years. And I can't, I'm not in the right position to do that with my work. I love where I work, and I want to try to make it work where I don't have to necessarily relocate now. I'd like to establish some more roots. At some point I may, and at the same time, I still have Jimmy as a contact, so if I ever have any issues or questions, I can always go through him. But I've had a lot of success with wholesale homes and foreclosures, and that's really what I want to lean on.
One of you, but Jimmy Davis is licensed in South Carolina or Georgia?
South Carolina.
But you, in your letter, you state you own 5 properties, done full renovations on 4, intent to rent, and currently rent 3 of them.
Yes, sir.
So the other 2 are just not rented yet?
Yes, sir. So one of them is my primary residence, and the other one I can't rent until I have my certificate of occupancy.
But I noticed several times you mentioned you worked under his supervision.
Yes, sir, for the ones in South Carolina. The whole reason I came over here in the first place is I live in Commerce, which isn't too far. And when I was looking for my first property, it was all I could afford at the time. Where I live, a wholesale property is 6 figures. At the time, I was able to purchase a house in Abbeville for half that.
I move that the applicant be allowed to sit for the exam for the home builders.
Second.
All right, have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hey, I have one more question just for fun.
Yes, sir.
Do you not have any trouble with titles to the property when you're buying them like that?
No, sir, not yet, but I pay for title insurance.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Why have you had a problem?
Seldom do buy them like what he's saying.
Christian Cordova Morales. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Morales, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Morales could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to give us some background on your work experience.
Yes, sir. I did submit some photos and videos. I do have W-2 and 1099s. The only thing that I couldn't get was the signature for a licensed contractor. But I'll go back to 21. I started to frame houses in 2021. And well, this is what I do every day. I build houses, but I've been working under other contractor license. I got my crew. And the reason why I couldn't get assigned was because I worked 3 years for a company that they were sub. So the actual license that we used to build a lot of houses, it's a company in Greenville that is called, I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's called Heritage. The owner is name is Rob. I worked for that company for a long time. Then I decided to do my own, getting a job for other licensed contractors, but the only problem was that I didn't work for a whole year that they require, or longer than a year, because I just build houses and I go to the next one, and I've been working like that, so that's why I feel like it's time to get licensed. I have built over 200 houses. I have all the proof of I have photos and videos, and all of the houses, all the projects that I have done has passed inspection, and all everything has been good. The only thing is that I haven't been Directly involved with the owner or with the well, that's how I've been working on. But I have all the proof, like photos and videos of all that I have done. That was the only problem why I couldn't get the sign, because I haven't worked for a whole directly with a licensed contractor for a year or longer than a year. But I have worked for several contractors, licensed contractors that they know me, but that was the only reason why I couldn't get the sign.
So you're basically subcontracting framing and other construction services?
Well, I honestly have took the time to do different areas, because before be here, I submit the 1099 that I have worked with licensed electrician, and I have worked a little bit commercial, but that's not something that I'm doing right now. I just want to focus on what I do every day. So it's that's what I've been. I mean, I do framing. That's my main thing. That's what I've been doing since 2021. But I also have took the time to learn about electrician, electrical, plumbing, and exterior. But that's been my problem, that I haven't worked for a licensed contractor. I have worked for several licensed contractors. I have received no complaints. I have my Facebook page where I have photos and videos. Like I like to record my projects, so that's why I have all the proof. Because I'm trying to find more contractors to work with, and show them the quality work. So that's why.
Let us ask a few questions for you. So when you say you've done up to 200 houses, typically just frame those 200 houses, or is it foundations included, finish work included?
Well, what I know, just framing. I have framed over 200, but I know a lot of the rest of the stuff, because, like I said, I have different 1099s from other companies, because I really have took the time to know more, because I mean, in
So you're
the
doing more
industry.
than just framing?
Yes.
You're able to do more than just framing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. When you say you frame the houses, you are the lead guy? You are the guy that's
sir.
running the project?
Yes, sir. Contractor license.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm the
understood.
one- Yes,
Understood.
sir.
You're subbing just the framing part back?
Yes. I did submit the 1099 that I have received, but I don't know if you didn't get it. But I can submit it again if that's.
No, we're looking at some 1099s from different people you've worked for. So it looks like you've done, from the pictures, it looks like you've done a little bit of everything, from roofing to electrical to framing to,
Yes, sir. Like I said, before to be here, I really wanted to be prepared. Feeling 100% sure that I can kind of project perfect. Because,
Explain to me your relationship with East Side Handyman.
um, um, that's his name is Andrew.
What did you do for him or with him?
Um, well, to be honest, like I said, I have worked with several, like no one, a lot of licensed contractor that sometimes it's really hard to remember who exact that person is. But if I'm not wrong, well, if
It was on a 1099 you submitted, that's why I'm asking.
okay, I think what I did for him was, well, I do also interior work. Like, I can frame the house all the way up and do the interior, like drywall, floor, baseboard, like the whole interior. I also do a little bit tile. So it's just, I have done a lot of things that is, and I have a lot of contractor license that I'm not sure who that one is. And
Paid you a good bit of money.
yes, sir. No, yeah, well, yeah, all the projects that they subcontract me are good money. I've done projects for other contractors that they have paid me over $60,000. Big constructions. After they pass inspection properly.
You have a specialty registration currently?
Well, what am I specialized is what I can say is framing.
Why don't we just ask our administrator that question? Does he have any specialty registration as of today? Okay, answer is no. All right, out of the 200 houses you framed, are they all in Greenville or different places?
Different places.
All right, give me one or two Greenville subdivisions you framed in.
You want me to give you the address? Where, an address? You want me to give me an address?
Or you can, or a subdivision.
Honestly, to be honest, it's kind of it's hard to remember.
You just know how to get there, you don't know where you're going? I mean, I'm not trying to be a
I know
smart
how to
aleck,
get
but
there. Some it's just like I do this every day, and honestly, I get address every day.
I understand that.
Yes,
I
sir.
do this every day too. I'm
No,
trying to help you,
Yes.
but I'm from Greenville.
Okay.
I know a lot of the framers in the upstate. I don't know you.
Yes, sir.
Give me one or two subdivisions where you framed, and I promise you I'll try to help you. Give me one address.
Can I look it up?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
About the name of a builder that he worked for.
Yeah, there's a good one. Give me one or two builders that you're framing for up there.
Well, most of the houses that I framed was for the company that is called Ezra Green. That's a framing company. That's what I work for.
So you're a sub to that framing company?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was. Well, I was his employee first, and then I got my crew, and I was a subcontractor after that.
All right. On your crew, is that do you have like framing, hardy, roofing, all in people that you're in contact with, or are you strictly framing?
No, I'm sorry with framing. My crew is just framing.
Okay.
But I just personally, I have took the time to just me, learn more. Well, what I wanted to get was the general contractor license. So that's what you can see that I don't also have just framing. I also have a report for electrical companies because I really want to be in the position that I really know what I'm doing,
And I commend
so,
that.
yes,
I think
sir.
that's good that
Sure.
that you know of some electrical or maybe a lot of electrical.
Yeah, I know to do more stuff. And I also have worked for another company like Retro Bros that is in that one is in Greer, and Rainbow too. Well, to be
What was the last one? Rainbow?
yes, sir.
The restoration company?
Yes. Yeah, I've done work for them too.
On insurance jobs or,
Yes, insurance job.
all right.
Because I don't just do outside. I also do inside too.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, how about, you said you're strictly framing. Have you ever had any experience in digging footings? You,
No digging footing. Well, yes, sir. When I frame when I frame decks, because when I frame houses, I found the foundation, foundation blocks where it's supposed to be. So I just do the platform, frame the house all the way up. But
wait a minute, I lost a little bit of something there.
Yes, sir.
Did you talking about you laid the blocks too, or?
Well, when I go to do framing work, the foundation blocks are already there. So the only foundation job that I've done is when I do decks, footing. That's
Okay,
that's all.
footings for decks that you build. Okay. All right. Do you have any experience in calculating the material for the framing? Do you order the material?
Yes, sir. And also, yes, and I also do my own drawings. Well, I didn't wait until getting approved for license because, this is something that I do every day. And this is something what I do that must to pass inspection. So I really have I have read books, the residential 2021 that I know this is the South Carolina building codes. I do my own drawings too. When I get materials, yes, sir. Honestly, to be honest, every time that we do the job, I go to the job site and I do the material list.
I'm going to make a motion, we let them sit for the exam. And I think this we'll let the test be the dictator of if he can or not. And I make that motion because his testimony is he's framed 200 houses. We all try to look at all these people that come every month separate, but we've approved people who have done 1 or 2 houses. If he's done 200 houses, he should be able to pass the test.
I have done more.
And like I said earlier, I mean, I commend you for talking to or being with an electrician to try to learn the other fields that are part of the house.
Yes, sir.
So that's my motion. We'll see.
The motion, second discussion.
All right. Now, if you go take that test and pass it, don't you dare jump out there and try to build a house till you learn a little bit more. Okay? Everybody on this commission's heard this statement before. One of the hardest things I ever did after I got my license was say no to building a custom house because I know what I needed to know. So learn what you need to know if you get the license. Okay.
All right, I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam. Good luck.
Thank you.
Davis Hydrick. Morning, sir. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right. All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, license for Mr. Hydrick could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided, and less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir, if you want to give us some explanations on that.
Yeah, so the reason I don't have W-2 is most recent experience working under a he's an older gentleman, and he preferred that I just work directly with the homeowner to receive payment. So I did obviously put together that, and I think I provided the payments well.
So you worked under his direction. He pulled permits to do the jobs, and the homeowner paid you.
Yes.
And these were new constructions?
No, these are, these two were remodels in Charleston, south of Broad. So one of them was a flip that the homeowners were doing, and it was like a $500,000 house that recently sold for over $6 million. And I did probably most of the work on that house, apart from electrical and plumbing, which included reframing a bunch of walls, some load bearing. And I did some of the drywall, but eventually it got to be too much to where we hired someone. The rest of the drywall, I did all the tile work, a bunch of flooring, all the finished woodwork.
That particular job, what do you think the contract cost was on it?
I don't, like my compensation?
No, how much did the job cost, the remodel?
Oh, I would estimate around $1 million.
Quite a job. And that's the first one, right? What about the other project?
The other one was smaller. It was just a kitchen and bath remodel. That was like a 3-month project.
And it was also in Charleston?
Yep, south of Broad as well, on South Battery. I guess as far as my experience prior to that, I grew up doing handyman type work. My dad owned a few rental properties, so I would always help fix them up. And then more recently, I started doing handyman work in Charleston and continued to do work. And eventually my clients asked me to do bigger and bigger projects, which led me to these most recent ones where I worked under a contractor. I also did some projects where the homeowner would pull the permits and hire me to do most of the work. But yeah, to get this license so that I have the ability to do this type of work for clients without requiring them to pull the permits, because I believe in some instances that loses me the job.
So all this the quotes, what it says on those were essentially bills you were sending to the homeowner,
Yes.
and that's on that large remodel, the $1 million?
I believe most of the invoices are, yeah. I was originally hired on that project to do basically the bathrooms, tiling, rebuilding showers and stuff like that. But homeowner liked our work. Me and my brother-in-law helped me with a lot of this. They liked our work, and that's the reason why the original quote was half of what it ended up being, because she kept adding more and more things that she wanted us to do.
Yeah, I mean, because reading through, there's some quite extensive projects within each one of these, and it added up to a lot of money.
Yeah.
And when the line item total, was that typically just labor, or was that material and labor?
For most of them, I believe it was both. For example, tiling a shower, the homeowner was responsible for the purchase of all the waterproofing, anything that's behind the wall, basically, we would buy.
And I assume all this work was inspected by City of Charleston?
Yes.
See if I got this right. You have submitted, I guess, these are two projects
Yeah.
where you were working, contractor pulled a permit. The homeowner paid you direct. Prior to these two, you've had a business as a handyman.
Yeah. I think that was 2021 is when I started doing that in Charleston. And also mixed in there, like I said, I did a couple of larger renovations where the homeowner would pull the permit.
How many total renovations over $5,000 have you been involved with?
Somewhere around 10. But this was by far the biggest one on New Street.
But if you received a contract to build a new home, do you feel like you're qualified to do that?
I do. I guess the only portion which I don't have a ton of experience on would be foundation. Like I have helped with foundations for like shops and sheds and stuff like that, but not a whole home, but I also am very passionate and interested in learning about it and watch a lot of YouTube videos. So I've seen tons of foundation being put in, and I believe I know I would take the necessary steps to make sure I do everything properly.
What are your goals for your business? What is it you want to do? If you've said that already, I apologize.
No, I have not. I would love to just keep working South of Broad. It's a great clientele, higher end homes, historical, and I am a perfectionist, and I think that's the level of quality that those customers expect, and I love doing it. But in some markets, you can't make money doing it like that, but in that market you can. So I would love to just continue doing that.
You're more specialized in the Charleston renovation historic homes, is that?
Yeah, ended up working out like that, yeah.
Have I missed it? Have you worked on any new homes at all?
New construction?
New construction?
No.
No, okay.
Make a motion to get it on the table for discussion if no other reason, but I feel like this is that area where we kind of got a gap in our regulations as to what should be allowed, not allowed, and I think what he wants to do, we would need to approve him to sit for the home builders exam, so I so move.
I'll second.
I have a motion second. Discussion. Pictures, that was that larger project.
I believe most of them were from the larger project and maybe a couple other bathrooms from other projects as well. A large project included 5.5 bathrooms.
Yeah, I mean, from the pictures, they're outstanding. They look good.
it was pretty
I mean,
work.
some good-looking stuff. If that's indicative of the rest of the project, looks good.
You know, I got to agree with Mr. McLeod. This fits in that gap that we've talked about for years that we don't have. And I don't think we can penalize him for not having all the, excuse me, not checking all the boxes in this case, because obviously, probably that kind of work, stick with it, because you probably make more money than you can building new houses. So.
I mean, the historical districts throughout the state are very particular. They're tough to get through. It takes a special person and contractor to do that.
Oh, yeah.
And you're not going to get new home experience, but you're getting the experience that, tell you what, it's a lot tougher than building a new house. So, all right, no more discussion. There's motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll get the opportunity to sit for the exam. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Branson Guest. Morning, Mr. Guest.
Good morning.
That's represented by counsel today.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearlman? Good. Ms. Baumberger?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, license for Mr. Guest could not be approved at staff level. The W-2 1099 that he provided does not appear to depict a full year of experience.
All right, let's get this handout passed out real quick. Shouldn't take but a second. I'll let you get started. All right.
Good morning, everyone. As you know, my name is Tracy Perlman. I'm here with Mr. Guest today. As you know, your job is to determine whether Mr. Guest has the 1-year experience required to sit for the exam. We have submitted a number of exhibits. They are A through M. They should be in your packet that include a wide variety of things, which I will walk through if you'd like me to. Before we begin, though, we did get a kind of a late document that I would ask to be put in. Mr. Guest got a letter of recommendation from Buddy Bush, who is the building official in the city of Spartanburg, and I would ask that I be allowed to move this in as Petitioner's Exhibit 1.
Yes, we'll move that in.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Just to be, oh, you have a different one. There was another document that was just handed up. Is that something different?
It's a nice letter.
Roman, did you already provide a copy of that to the court reporter? Here, thank you.
So while the letter of recommendations do not speak to his 1 year of qualification, they do speak to the quality of his work and the experience he has had and the level of work that he does. If you look at the packet, A is his residential builder's affidavit. His residential builder that he's worked under for over a year is Eddie Trammell, who has been licensed by this board for over 20 years. He has done basically all the work. Mr. Guest has worked all of his jobs under him. He filled out the application, and then in April, he sent in a letter of what he did in the affidavit. It was notarized. And then there was some question that they were asked about the experience. So then B, Mr. Trammell provided another letter confirming that he did actually supervise Mr. Guest, and the reason for there's a 1099 and then there's not a 1099, and most of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the buildings that they do, they make a profit on, and they split the profit on it because Mr. Guest has a business, which is the last Exhibit M, in which he buys and sells properties. So Mr. Trammell provided the initial affidavit in April, had some questions. He submitted a supplemental. Then in May 22nd, he submitted another application, another clarification letter. Exhibit E in your packet is a letter I submitted to the board trying to explain the compensation and the 1099. Exhibit F is a listing of the projects that he has worked on. And he does a lot of renovation of older historic homes. G is another recommendation letter, but this is from Mr. Donald Elder, who is the building official in the city of Gaffney. And then exhibits I, J, K, L are lists of the properties he has worked on, copies of the inspection reports, copies of the, all the different inspections that they've done. Some he's failed, and they've gone back and they've fixed it. But basically, everything in his packet, it shows that he has the 1 year experience. There's no reason to believe that Mr. Trammell would jeopardize his own license by saying that someone worked for him for a year if he didn't. And I think the 3 letters, 2 from the building officials and 1 from Mr. Mitchell that I just saw, shows that during his time with Mr. Trammell, he has learned his craft well. He is experienced in doing pretty much everything needed to do. And he does it well. He knows about compliance. He knows about getting a permit. He knows about calling for inspections. And I think he would be an appropriate candidate to sit for the exam. And we would ask that you allow that.
Thank you. Just reading through, the explanation for the 1099 is just how they chose to pay him, compensate him as a full-time employee. Okay. And just, again, briefly go over the type of projects, what they were.
Can I allow him to?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Go ahead.
We were
Yeah.
primarily buying condemned properties and then completely gutting them. And most of the time, we're reframing them as well. And so I've had some houses where we've kept one wall. And to the question about footers, we do have to put the demising wall. So we oftentimes are under the houses digging the foot new build. But the vast majority of them are renovations. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, was the new build for someone else, for your investment, or?
The new build, I worked for a guy for 9 months, and for him, the new build was for him.
Okay. And you were hands-on on that project on a?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Our renovation work is pretty extensive as well. I mean, we're everything down to the studs and then some.
But what is your title or your role in those projects?
I own all of them and also project manage them under the supervision of Eddie.
And when you project manage, are you physically involved also?
Oftentimes.
Okay.
As of late, not as much more, but for most of the time, yes.
Okay.
I have just a question, just for my own curiosity. Why would you leave one wall?
Good question. It was the front door, and it was had the we had to redo all the floors, and there was several windows in it, and windows, as you know, well, we could have taken them out, but it was easier.
All right.
It also keeps the integrity of the look.
I'm sorry?
It also keeps the integrity of the front look of the property that they were
It, again,
renovating.
was in a historic district.
Okay. So the reason would not be because it would be on the permitting side of a renovation permit over a full-blown building permit?
Well, George Trammell is fully licensed, so I think we pulled the building permit on that as well.
Okay, I'm just asking. All right, thank you.
Who is TCS Builders LLC?
I worked for TCS Builders for 9 months.
That was the original, his other employer before Mr. Trammell.
You're no longer with TC,
PCS.
no longer there.
All right, same question again. What you going to do if you get the license?
We're going to continue buying condemned properties and renovating them.
No new construction or?
No intention.
And you probably said this, but tell me again how many of these you've done?
We've done quite a few, maybe 40.
40?
Yes, sir.
Provided the permit history and documentations, I think, for 7 of them.
several of those were apartments or multifamily.
Yes, sir. So it's 40 units altogether.
So your residential builder's license would allow you to continue to do that type of work?
As long as we're under 16 units, I believe it does.
3-story, 16 units. The
So you've taken a single-family house and turned it into apartments, or is it you buy condemned apartments too, or?
Most of this work is in the city of Spartanburg, and a lot of the houses were originally multifamily duplexes, and they were converted at some time to a single family, and then we have occasionally taken those and reconverted to duplex.
Ain't that something?
Have y'all done anything over there in Spartanburg off of Howard Street?
No, sir.
Somebody has. It sounds like the same thing.
All right, he's in the same boat as the last guy, for the most part. So I'm gonna make a motion that we allow him to sit for the exam.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, good luck, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail from us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Perlman. Cody Davidson. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Davidson, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an HVAC license for Mr. Davidson could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or 1099 W-2 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that to us.
There should have been a W-2 in my packet from the Cherokee County School District for 3 years.
I only have 3 pages in this packet.
Lady from the office contacted me probably a month ago requesting more material. As we were on the phone, she was able to find the entire packet that I sent.
Okay.
I apologize. I thought
No, let's
you
let's
guys
just
had
make,
everything.
let them, staff's right beside you. They'll see if they can find it real quick. But while they're looking for that, just give us some background. Give us what you do and how long you've been doing it.
Well, so I'm not with Cherokee County School District anymore. My 2 years of HVAC experience came with the Cherokee County School District. I was responsible for 5 schools.
And when you, 5 schools of HVAC?
Yes, sir.
All the heating and cooling systems
sir.
for those 5 schools? And
That's
those
correct.
were multiple type units. I mean,
Yes, sir. So primarily can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So primarily the body of the school is heated and cooled with chillers and boilers. However, we did have, which relates to the residential side of the HVAC, we had many parts of the school that were traditional split units like you would have at home, mini splits and rooftop units, which is basically a package unit like you would have at home, just on the roof.
and you personally worked on these or you directed employees?
That's right. I personally worked on these. Yes, sir.
And that included obviously maintenance on them, repairs, new installs.
Maintenance, repair, troubleshooting was without a doubt the main part that we did. We were involved on installs of traditional split units. Anything involving, I would say, install or I would say any heavy maintenance on chillers and boilers, we did bring in outside sources, namely Trane, because those were very expensive pieces of equipment that are warranted by Trane.
Right. Okay, so that's the school district stuff. And not trying to get you in trouble or anything, but have you done any side work like a house, duct work, anything like that?
Yes, we have. We have, over the past, I left the school district, I'm coming up on a year, having left them. We've done basic, I can't do anything not having the license. I can't do anything that exceeds $500 on the heat and air side. So we have basic troubleshooting, diagnostics, charging units, preventative maintenance. We have done that over the past year. Yes, sir.
Okay. What your experience with load calculations?
Not a lot of experience with load calculations as of yet. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't had to do one yet.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've gotten very simple with them now, their programs.
Yes,
And you enter in the information and it spits it out.
that's correct. Yes, sir.
Duct work, do you have much duct work experience?
We have inspected and repaired ductwork. I have not installed ductwork as of yet. I really want to focus on the service and repair side of the industry. I'm not saying that I wouldn't install, but service and repair is really where I want to head with
Yeah,
this.
and the only reason I'm asking that, because, I mean, obviously, if you take the test, pass it, and go out there, you're, allowed to put in a new system and a brand-new house, so.
Sure.
It's, whether you intend to do it or not, is part of the license.
Right.
Say we've done this or that, who's we?
So the first name of our business, the first word in the name is Legacy. I have a wife and 4 kids. This is hopefully an asset for the family to have the option to be involved with. So when I say we, my youngest son, a graduate high school a year early, he's also helping me. But we also call on other companies to assist us when we need it.
That's above and beyond the work with the school board, or the schools.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get your training for HVAC?
So my training for HVAC came directly with the school district. They put a gentleman with me that at that time had been doing heat and air for about 18 years. I would say the first 3 weeks he was with me every day. For the next few months, he got a lot of phone calls because I was learning. And so all of my HVAC experience came during those 2 years of training under him.
All right. EPA card?
Yes, sir.
Nate?
I'm sorry?
Nate certification?
It's a universal certification. 308, I'm thinking.
What was your experience prior to going into the repair business?
I'm sorry.
What was your experience prior to that?
Right, so I've been self-employed for about 27 years. The first 10 to 15 years, as I was younger, we did almost solely painting and pressure washing. That's kind of how we built our business in a small town. Over the last 10 to 12 years, we worked more into what I would call, I would still say painting and pressure washing is our bread and butter, but we've worked far more into now broader handyman type work, which led me just through a friend of a friend. They needed a position at the school district, approached me about it. I took it, and that's where the HVAC experience came in.
Central heating and air. School buildings.
A lot of the units with the school system, units.
How many years did you do the HVAC for the school district?
2 years.
How long?
2 years.
Oh, 2 years.
Yes, sir.
All right. How long was this initial training time with the person who had done it 18 years?
I would say that lasted probably 6 months until I got familiar with the systems, how they worked, where everything was. And, these schools are pretty large properties. There's 5 of them. So I would say it took 6 months to get familiar with them and more to start understanding more what I was doing without having to rely on him so much.
So what county? Cherokee?
Cherokee County,
Is that
yes.
Gaffney?
Yes, sir.
Did you do Gaffney High School?
The old Gaffney High School was one of my properties.
Not the new?
Not the new one. Yes, sir.
Okay.
They have a dedicated individual for that school alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Janet, this information is what was submitted the other day.
Yes, sir, it was in relays, it just wasn't put into the packet.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we have everything that you have submitted and we're not lacking anything, so when we make this decision.
If I may, just the reason I didn't have an experience affidavit, my direct supervisor, Mitchell Miller, who you should have a letter of reference from him. His licensing was as an aviation engineer, and so he just didn't have the qualifications to sign the work affidavit for me, but he did in fact sign a letter of reference.
Yeah, I mean, we find that quite often in these institutional type situations, that there's really nobody carrying a license that would suffice.
Yes, sir.
For this. So what you submitted was 3 items. One was W-2s and then 2 letters from the Cherokee School District.
I think that was part of it, yes. I mean, I think we had a checklist of 8 or 9 things that we put together and submitted, but.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this was all the documents that you intended to submit on this last submittal.
Yes, sir.
And I think I missed it. Did you say you were NATE certified?
Just an EPA certification to handle, recover, and
Okay.
administer refrigerant.
All right. And was there any other educational courses you had to take?
Yes, sir. I did, at our local Spartanburg Community College, I took several night courses at our local community college, heating and air related, yes, sir.
Okay.
Chairman, I'd move that the applicant be allowed to sit for the HVAC.
With a little bit of reservation, I'm going to second that. Then we'll
Yeah, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion, if any.
Well, my hesitation is he's barely meeting our minimums, for experience and that kind of stuff. You got any plans to do any additional training or anything you've got scheduled to try to help you learn more about this? Your experience is kind of narrow.
Okay.
And I know you've done a little bit of commercial and a little bit of residential. So,
Yeah, so the night classes at SCC, Spartanburg Community College, I'll be starting more of those this coming spring.
as I told the guy before, learn what you don't know.
Well, I think,
Know what you don't know.
if I can just say this, I think one of my greatest strengths is I'm smart enough to know what I don't know. I think that's very important, to know when I need to slow down, do some research, do some homework, make a phone call. I think I understand that, yes, sir. And so there will be a lot more training involved, yes, sir.
You got your original instructor on speed dial?
He takes every phone call. He's a good man.
I think with, it's all 90% of it plus is with the school district. And I've been saying there's a lot of units.
Yes, sir.
I've been around that too. Yeah, I see where you're coming from with the lack of some of the residential nuances. There's some different things that he's probably never seen or never, been a part of yet. But I think he's qualified enough to be able to be allowed to sit for the exam. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Corey Golding. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Golding, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, license for Mr. Golding could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided in less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 of the categories.
All right, let's tackle the W-2 1099 issue first.
Yes. Back in 2024, early 2024, I went to a friend of mine and a neighbor in Greenville, John Cox, who owns Mountain Creek Homes, and
We need to recuse. What's the requirement of recusal?
Do-
Is it going to influence because I know people? I didn't mean to stop you.
no, you're good. I think I know you too. I think you know my father-in-law.
Okay, well then, yes, if you didn't know him, I would say you would be fine, but if there's a relationship there. All right, if you want to start over again.
You're
Yeah.
good. Yeah, so back in early 2024, I went to John, and I just explained to him I have a desire to go into the residential home building world. I've owned a landscape construction company since 2020 or 2021 in Greenville, and just obviously around residential houses on a daily basis, and just grew a desire to want to go into the construction side of the house building. And I went to John and asked if he could be with me and support me in that, and could he be the builder that could get me my experience that I needed to do that. He told me he couldn't pay me. He's just a one-man show. And I said, that's fine. I don't mind backing my own way. My business could provide for that. And then also a couple of the projects that I provided, I actually financially backed both of them. So John agreed to work with me and help me get the knowledge and experience that I needed from about March of 2024 all the way through to just the last house we sold this year.
All right, so how many projects are we talking about?
Yeah, I worked with John on 2 building, and then I've done landscaping for him as well, but 2 of the 2 that I provided
Okay.
are the big ones.
So these 2 homes are, you work personally, and you were part of the financial backing on these, or?
Yeah, so I financially backed them, owned them, and also worked on them physically and project managed alongside John, met with inspectors, did all the things a project manager would do, as well as physically worked on both of them.
So just an average, how many hours a week did you think you dedicated to the construction of these?
Yeah, probably about 20 to 25. My wife would probably say 50, but 20 to 25.
Were you involved in every aspect
Yes,
of
sir.
this constructions?
Yes, sir. And a lot of the subcontractors that we use for electrical, plumbing, John has used obviously previously, but I've also used my electrical guy and gas guy in my landscaping side of business. They pull permits when we're doing gas fireplaces and stuff like that.
Okay. And that was kind of my next question. Your regular business, your landscape business, does that include like some structures?
Yes, we don't, anything that is required by permit, I have not or will not do. But as for, full landscape projects, except for driveways, excuse me, if we needed a driveway permit or whatever,
Right.
for access. But we do everything from hardscapes, concrete, sod irrigation, all install.
And if you were to get this license, I guess that would open you up to be able to start doing pool houses, structures on the landscape side? type
Yeah,
thing?
I've got two goals. One is to be more outdoor living, pool houses, pools. My project manager, he's also a residential home builder and is a pool builder. Ben Temple is his name. So we'd love to do some more business together that way. And then I also have 9 acres on Tigerville Road in Greenville that I'm looking to put 3 new builds on about 3 acres each.
Photographs submitted or work done by Mountain View?
Mountain Creek Homes.
Mountain
Yeah,
Creek.
that's John Cox's his business, and he's the licensed builder.
Otia is your landscape?
Koala Care Service. I'm Australian, so Koala Care Services is my landscape company, and then Protea Holdings. I don't know if it's holdings or properties on that one. That is my my company. I was just managing the money out of.
Intern for what period of time?
Almost 2 years. Yeah, from March 24 to we just finished a project earlier this year.
During that internship, you worked under the supervision of
Oh yeah.
Mr.
Yep.
Cox,
Yes, sir.
licensed.
Yeah, and he's also a structural engineer, so he's very by the book, so there's no getting away with anything with him.
I know Mr. Cox signed off on it and feels like you're good to sit for the exam or ready to. Do you feel like you can take a set of plans on your own, from start to finish on one of these homes?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the 2 that we've done, he allowed me to read plans, do all the things that were necessary, meet with the foundation guys, framers, all that to build it from the ground up. Obviously, the first one was a remodel, second one was a new build. And then we also read plans. I read plans every day for my landscape
I
company.
figured that, yeah.
Yep.
Other than landscape and this 2 houses, is there any other construction experience?
Yeah, we owned a house that was mine for a few years that I did cosmetic work on. Nothing structural, but changed it from it was a rundown house and lived in it for a few years and then sold it last year.
You handled that yourself, I
Yeah,
assume,
yeah.
as the owner? Well, I mean, you're not the first one to come through here and done exactly what you're doing right now. Found a builder that was willing to teach you, apparently a good builder to teach you and take care of the funding and oversee these projects and to learn. So we have an affidavit that is filled out that is fine. The only thing was, the biggest issue was the compensation part of it.
Yeah, and can I just add one thing? John would have been here today, but he has a final inspection on a big project that he's currently working on, so he would have been here to testify too.
I'll make a motion, we'll allow him to sit for exam.
All right, I have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And let the record show I did vote yes on that, since Mr. Dillard is out. All right, so with that said, there will be a letter sent to you to release you for exam, and good luck.
Sir, thank you.
you.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute restroom break, and then we'll get back. We have 3 more after this. All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back started. You're fine over there. Next up is Brandon Ballou. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, sir.
How's it going?
Good. Mr. Ballou, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, electrical license for Mr. Blue could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that to us real quick.
So currently, I'm a maintenance supervisor at Spartanburg Water. We do electrical, mechanical, welding, a little bit of everything on the pump stations, the wastewater treatment facilities, building and grounds. So a little bit of everything there maintenance-wise. I've been in the electrical maintenance field for 12 to 14 years, doing a little bit of everything. At one point, I worked at Corley in Greenville, South Carolina. That was more residential electrical work there. So that's kind of where my residential experience comes from.
So you said, on here, it looks like do you have your master's?
Yes, sir. I got those back in June.
Okay, so you passed that test, and
Yes, sir.
how fun was that one?
I think it took 3.5 hours. So that was a tough one.
Yeah, if you can pass that, you can pass ours.
Hopefully.
You hadn't forgot that much.
Nah.
Just real quick, I know you got a little bit, with Corley, you got some residential experience. I know electrical is pretty much electrical, but have you had, like panel experience on a residential home and layout to code type stuff?
Yes, sir, for the most part, from Corley.
Okay.
We didn't do any new construction, but a lot of rewires, panel upgrades, panel replacements, load calculation.
I mean, if you can do a rework, you can wire a new house. I mean, is essentially what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't feel ask him a lot of questions. I'll just make a motion. We allow him to sit for the exam.
Second.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, sir. You receive a letter in the mail.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Joseph Martin. Good afternoon, Mr. Martin. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a builder's license for Mr. Martin could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided and less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on the experience affidavit.
All right, sir, if you want to give us an explanation on that.
Yeah, I'm 48 years old now. I've been in the world of real estate since I was 21 years old. And even prior to that, I was a grunt worker with Kenneth Dutton, with Dutton Construction, who still built homes with a hammer and nail. He didn't allow nail guns way back then. And so it's pretty much been a lifetime of real estate, and started at 21 years old. I'm from the Clemson area originally, went down to Charleston and worked with Ginn Resorts and Clubs. All this is all new construction real estate. And so just being a part of the sales process, but also learning about the building process. And then beyond that, that took me through like 2008. Then the market crashes, and I moved back to Clemson, and I was the head of real estate there at Patrick Square, and also more new home sales and oversight during the process of each step after, with a new homeowner, as they're going through each step of the process, you bring them in at inspection and draw stages, kind of. And so beyond that, in 2011, started my own real estate brokerage. But along the way, I started investing in real estate too. So I bought my first investment property at 25. I now own 32 homes, rental homes, and most of the work on those I've done myself, from flooring, painting, tile work, installing cabinetry, siding, roofing, unfortunately, a little bit of everything over the on those homes. I've done tons of flip homes too over the years. I don't know. I think I've done a horrible job of keeping up with pictures and stuff of flip homes that I did. But probably the one that, if you know the Anderson area, it's the Palm Tree House. I sent a picture in that PowerPoint that I sent over. That's probably the one I get asked most about is the Palm Tree House, because it's in Anderson, South Carolina. It has palm trees out in front of it. But it's probably the one I get asked the most about, but also the one that was least profitable, unfortunately. But I guess moving forward to kind of the person who signed off on me as experience was Michael Nieri. I had a partnership with Great Southern Homes, and we sold over 1,000 houses for Great Southern Homes. And I was an on-site agent through my real estate brokerage, J.W. Martin Real Estate, was the real estate brokerage that sold homes for Michael Nieri. So, several different neighborhoods in central Clemson, Seneca area, easily, and so it was kind of I've always been intrigued with new construction. So while I was on site, as a matter of fact, when they first moved up in this area, because they're based out of Irmo, when they first moved up in the Clemson area, they really didn't have many contractors. And so I sent over a list of my contractors for them to start building with. And so they started using some of my contractors. And of course, they've grown and grown and grown and became huge, but recently sold to Stanley Martin Homes. And so couple things that have me motivated to get started was I wanted to have my home builder's license for a very long time. The relationship with Great Southern Homes would have been a conflict of interest if I'd started my own home building company many years ago. And so also have some big plans in place. My building company would be named Ohana Homes, and I was in martial arts for a very long time, and my instructor was Anthony Young, who was big on Ohana. He passed away, unfortunately, a couple years ago, and I want to carry on that legacy with honoring his name with Ohana, which means family in Hawaiian, I guess. And so Ohana Homes is the plan for the name of the company. And want to focus on affordable housing. I grew up in very humble beginnings. Mom worked at a mill. Dad was disabled, and so we lived on public assistance. And so I want to be able to help that sector of the market have a place to live that is code compliant and respectable, and a place they're proud to call home.
Thank you, sir. I knew Kenneth Dutton. I mean, I'm from Anderson, so I've known him.
Okay.
Yeah. Know all the old builders. My grandfather started the business that I have now, so we've been building in that town since the late 30s. But Mr. Dutton, if you learned anything, I hope it stuck with you.
Yeah, I was really young and didn't realize what I was learning at the time, but you reflect back, hindsight's always 20/20. But Wilbur, also his dad was also on site some. It was just his knowledge all over the place.
Yeah, and I do know where the Pine Mountain House is.
And I will tell you, as far as more recent stuff, another motivation for me was I had an old friend I'd known since junior high that approached me about partnering on some new construction homes. And I was supposed to be simply a passive investor in these new construction homes. And he had a partnership with a licensed home builder, and I was going to be funding the transactions with some construction funding and my own cash. And my friend from junior high, in the middle of the construction, up and moves to Montana. No real solid explanation. And so that left me to project manage these 3 homes that are that have now all been completed and sold, and one just last Friday. So if you wanted recent new construction oversight, project managed 144, 148, 157 Hunting Hollow Road in 6 Mile, South Carolina, and also currently working on 723 South Stribling. This is going to be a rental property, which has originally 4 extra lots with it, but the city rezoned it to R10 versus R6. So now it only has 2 extra lots with it, and I'd like to have those first affordable housing homes on those 2 lots would be the vision.
All right. You've been around it a long time, for sure. And
Yes, sir.
You know, it's been many years since physically working on one. I don't see you at your age jumping out there, swinging a hammer and digging footings unless you're absolutely pushed into that corner. But managing one is a different story. Yeah. And I think that part you've done a lot, it seems like, over the years.
Yes, sir.
Let another commissioner speak on.
Worked with some interesting characters.
I appreciate it. Yeah, you're correct.
Is the Ginn entity still viable in any place?
He is still investing, and he's a guy that always lands on his feet somehow. And but he's still, I think he was trying to do a project in Wilmington, North Carolina, is what I most recently heard. Is what?
Does he still have his blimp?
I think he lost that and a whole lot of other things, but way back in 2008. Yeah.
List Michael Neary as a supervisor. Who was the director of construction for that market?
Well, there's been numerous over the years. I think currently was Chandler. I can't think of Chandler's last name. Henry Beal is also pretty recent up in that area. But more so, it's not like Michael Neary was out there, hand-holding me the whole time. It's mostly the project managers, which they kind of churn through a lot of different project managers with a production home builder like Great Southern Homes. But most recently would be Henry Beal. But I did put in a 14-hour workday just yesterday on 157 Hunting Hollow doing warranty stuff and hydro seeding.
How you feel today?
I'm extremely sore.
I'll make a motion. We let him sit for the exam.
I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll
Thank
get a
you.
letter in
Thank
the
you.
mail from us, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dallas Hinkle. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Mr. Hinkle, you had right to be represented by counsel today. You going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Before we proceed with this, Mr. Hinkle, based on some of the information we have, there may be some information in this hearing that may be subject to privacy and confidentiality laws. We would often hold these, or we typically hold these in closed session, and have the rest of the public leave, but you have the right, if you want, to keep it open to everybody. Would you like us to close this hearing to the public, or would you like to proceed in public session?
Public's fine.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Malberger?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a specialty registration for Mr. Hinkle cannot be approved at staff level because of items on his criminal background report.
All right, sir. Like I tell most people here for the criminal background, we're basically interviewing you. We don't need to know everything that happened in any of these cases or anything. We got to figure out if we're able to give you a license or registration, or we're not going to have a problem moving forward. So if you want to speak on that part of it and let us know, and then we can figure out what we're going to do.
Thank you. As you can see by my record, I had an issue with alcohol. And I used to be a severe alcoholic. At one time, it was so bad, in a weekend, I was drinking up to 70 beers. It tore me apart from my family, my children. It hurt my work life and my productivity. And my actions were unexcusable. But since giving my life to Christ in 2017, my last time having a drink was on December 23rd. Since then, I have not had a drink. I have not had a cigarette or a dip. On going in to do my time for my sentence, I told God, I was like, I cannot go in here and go through these withdrawals and go through this on my own. Take it away. And since then, I have not had an issue with alcohol. I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior and gave my life to Him and devoted to do better for not only myself, my children, and those in the community around me. Upon being released from prison, I did 2 years and 30 days. That was in Virginia. I requested that I be released to go to closer to Virginia Beach area, and I attended a faith-centered halfway house because I had nowhere to live. I committed myself to completing their 6-month program, which the certificate was submitted. And upon doing that, I started my own company, Tinker's Carpentry and Services, on September 20th of 2020. I started doing handyman home improvements in the Virginia area. I reached back into my storehouse of back in 2005. I started out as framing. I framed houses in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. I was one of the lead carpenters on the framing crew of the Carolina Beach Boardwalk in Carolina Beach. It was a $1.8 million project for that city. Along with the companies that I've worked for in the past, I also, they would flip houses and have remodeling experience. I have experience from footings to framing to craning in trusses and tacking them in to sheeting, cutting, the whole 9 yards. I'm thankful that from the experience I was able to get and the people that would put up with me whenever I was in the past drinking. Because now that experience that I did gain back in that time, I was able to use now to support my family. Upon being released from prison, I have gotten joint legal custody of my children. I have also had my firearm rights reinstated and my voting rights. By Virginia standards, that is considered a partial pardon. It doesn't excuse what I did, but it's a step forward in the right direction to being a better person in the community. Now, me and my wife, after she retired from the Navy, we have moved here. I was in the process of getting my HIC licensed home improvement contractor in Virginia. I was approved to take the test. It covers every specialty and allows you to pull permits. I realize that here it's a little bit different. You're allowed to choose 3 specialties. But before I could take the test, I had an injury where my foot had to have reconstructive surgery. So we elected for me to close my company, and I went briefly for work for a general contractor for 8 months until I could get my foot worked on. And then after that, we moved. We decided to move here to South Carolina, which put us closer to family. I'm not proud of what I did. It wasn't right. I put people's lives in jeopardy for drinking and driving. And I am sincerely sorry for that.
Yes, I'm going to cut you off or anything, but that's essentially habitual on the driving offense is what got you.
No, sir, it's not habitual. It was a third offense, but the first offense was in Georgia. And Virginia, they hold your previous offenses against you that you get in other states. So they recorded as a second and a third, but since it was the distance in between the first and the second, it didn't qualify as an habitual.
Okay, so the third one's one that got you jail time.
Yes, sir. They classified it as a felony.
Okay. And that was in 2017.
That was,
Well, that's when you went sober.
Yes, sir.
2017. You served, what'd you say, almost 2 years?
2 years, 30 days out of a 3-year sentence.
And obviously, there's nothing else on your record past that.
No, sir. Clean driving record. I've had my driver's license reinstated. I also, at the time, whenever I got in trouble, I had a North Carolina driver's license. I also had to petition North Carolina for them to release a hold that was on it, and had to go before the state police representation there in order to get approval for them to release, so Virginia would allow me to get my restricted and to get my full reinstated license.
Well, I would say you've done a good turnaround, for sure.
Triggered your decision on December 23rd, 2000.
That everything I did, I was constantly trying to change everything myself. And at that moment, it was very sobering. I had to come to a point of release, the acknowledgement that I can't do it on my own. And whenever I acknowledge that I can't do it upon my own power and that only God could help me through this, that was a turning point. Because, to be honest with you, I burned every bridge. My family wasn't talking to me. Since I've gotten my life right and I'm committed to living a life of Christ, my family is back in my lives. And I have 2 additional children now, a 2.5-year-old and an 11-month-old baby little girl. A wonderful wife who served 20 years in the Navy as a career counselor that, I mean, by any standard, she shouldn't even look twice at me. But, you know, I'm not the person I was before.
Yeah.
What classification, specialty license?
Yes, sir.
He asked what the classification
The
is.
specialty license, what classification? What do you?
I'm going for, I guess, carpentry, which I'm assuming it incorporates any sort of framing and everything like that, and then painting, and then floor coverings.
Okay. You're not on any type of probation or anything like that. All that's been satisfied?
That's all been satisfied. The way Virginia does it is that when they release you from supervised probation, there's generally a good behavior clause in there. If you get in trouble within 10 years or so, they can bring back your back time and stuff for that. It's just a general clause to kind of keep that in the back of your mind all the time.
Okay. And other than that, I would probably say, with what you're doing, I would, if you get this registration, possibly not too many years down the road, look to get your builder's license so you can expand yourself on your abilities and what you can do in the state.
Absolutely, sir. I was considering that, applying for my builder's license, but whenever I looked online, I saw that you had to the certain requirements, I didn't know that you could come in and actually speak with you.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't meet the requirements at this point, the registration is the route to go, and hold that for a couple of years and prove to us that you have the ability to run a business and do what you can do under that license or that registration.
Yeah, so like in Virginia, I had my own company there, but in previous years and stuff, I've worked for builders, and I do believe I have adequate experience to build. I don't know, do I know everything? No. But it's a learning.
I just want to throw that out there because most guys in your situation probably find that license will suffice for a short, couple of years or less, and you're looking to move to larger, better.
Absolutely. I already got work lined up to start work for Aching Housing Center and doing work for them. And I would love to be able to do that for a while and eventually apply for the builder's license.
Well, if you go that route, document it.
Yes, sir.
Documentation, pictures, all helps tremendously up here. All right.
How long have you been in South Carolina?
We came in March. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I make a motion he'd be allowed to get his register.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive your registration. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, that's the afternoon when it's here. I know our lunch is here. Y'all mind taking him real quick? All right. Yeah, come on up. What's your name, sir? All right, Mr.
Want
Humphrey.
to proceed early? Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Humphries, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right. All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir, if you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Humphreys could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided, and less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories on his affidavit.
All right, if you want to give us an explanation on that real quick.
I work part-time with James Rudder, residential builder guy, and I didn't include the residential electrical experience that I have recently with Will Walters and Walters Electrical, because I didn't know it would, suffice for a residential experience as far as builders. And it was just, a part-time thing that I did for a couple years. And then I worked with Will doing the residential electrical side for about 2 years, but I had a full-time job at the same time working with him as well as a lab supervisor at Ryobi in Anderson, South Carolina.
So what's your building experience?
I mean, I've been in maintenance and areas like that. I was a dock manager over at Portman Marina, and I did all the maintenance out there from plumbing, welding, electrical. I installed new meter bases and all the plumbing for the restaurants like the Gala and Nami there. I've also, since high school and from 2014, I've just, been around construction my whole life, and I just never held a job for, like in the construction industry full time, but I've been around it, pretty much my whole teen life. And then currently right now I work with Marty Wright Homes of Anderson next to Kia dealership, and I'm the project manager there. And from the time the homes reach property, I'm the one who schedules everything with the contractors to get it to completion and do all the inspections required and any correctiveness that needs to be done.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since October 2025.
That's who signed your affidavit?
No, that was James Rudder.
Okay, that's different.
Yes, sir. And they're wanting me to do this so they can move toward the mod side of it. You have to have a licensed contractor on staff to be able to do any type of mods in South Carolina. And right now, we're only at, we can only do HUD homes.
What is your involvement with any new home construction?
We don't do any like stick-built homes. It's all manufactured homes at the moment, but I am the person who gets everything scheduled, so the project management side. So from the time the home hits their property, I just get it to completion and to the CO, and you know, everything's code compliant, and then, you know, if there's any issues, I pretty much get them resolved. And but as far as me going out there and actually doing it myself, that's very rare. I'll go out and do some services or whatever as far as like electrical or plumbing that needs to be fixed. But I mainly work with contractors that we use and schedule those guys to do it.
Have any experience in new home construction?
Yeah, I mean, we did. A lot of it was just remodeling, as far as like tile work and, you know, showers, flooring. We would, you know, do an addition and, you know, frame it or something like that, but nothing as far as new construction. And I don't think I would, you know, go that route. This is, you know, mainly so the company can have its mods license, and they saw that I was the best fit for this.
So your plan is to stay with the modular side of housing?
Yes, sir.
Plans are to stay with the company that you're working with now? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. And that's who the license will be tied with if I do get it. So if if I ever do leave, I think that it will dissolve, you know, and I probably wouldn't take it any further, but I plan to be with this company for, you know, a career, you know.
I mean, in a way, this is kind of like what we had earlier with the historical stuff, you know, where it's all remodel. You don't really have the experience in the new home from ground up. This is modular, which you got to have a license to do. So, I mean, where do you draw the line on the experience?
Sort of interesting, if you've built houses from the ground up, you could modular and then go into building houses from the ground.
Yes, sir. It's pretty much the same setup.
Yeah. They're both are vastly different animals. I mean, how they're done. But if you've only ever done modular, how do you get the work experience to do the new? I mean, we're kind of just
When they deliver the homes, are they completely assembled?
No, sir. It depends if it's a single wide or a double wide. So once that home is delivered, it'll be put together at the marriage line, and then they have the marriage line inspection, depending on the county and whatever state I'm in.
So are we talking about mobile homes?
Manufactured homes, that's the new term for it, is what they try to call it now.
And housing deprived is the new term for homeless people. I mean, so this is not like a real house. It's a mobile home that you all deliver out there, and then the trades come and connect everything.
Yes, sir. But the company's trying to push forward for modular home, which is in the county's eyes, essentially the same thing as a stick-built home. So the inspection side of it would be the same as far as like, you know, as a manufactured home. It's essentially the same thing, but the mods license is just totally different from HUD requirements.
he is talking about two different things.
Talking about bringing it
Oh,
in.
that's where then I'm lost, because that's kind of what my question was. Is it one, are we talking about
So a
what
true-
I would say mobile, or are we not talking about
That's
that?
what he's talking about. That's what they have been doing, is basically a mobile type home. The
so-
modular, they're wanting to move in, or moving into the modular side, and they need,
Where it is assembled on site?
Sure.
I mean, it's components.
The only thing would be a symbol, would be a, if double wide, then you'd assemble it together. Because the walls, on the ones you're bringing in, the walls are already built, the electric, everything's in it, the appliances, the whole deal.
Yes, sir. And then, they have the plumbing drops and then the electrical drops that you come in and you have contractors come in and tie those in, and then it goes through inspections from there.
What you and I would call a mobile home. Doesn't have wheels on it.
Yes, sir.
The ones you're doing now, they have wheels on them when they come in?
Yes, sir, they do.
But
And
the-
then modular homes, that's where it becomes,
Comes in on a-
permanent. They'll
Comes in on
remove
a
those.
trailer, and you pick it up and set it on a foundation.
Yes, sir.
Company has to have someone with a residential license to be able to sell those units?
Yes, sir, in the state of South Carolina.
Modular, but a mobile home, you have to register with a mobile home. That's a total different entity.
Yes, that's under the HUD requirements for that.
It's kind of like the, some of the tiny homes. I mean, they're mobile, part mobile homes, of what they call those.
Yes, sir.
And they're not, you don't have to have a builder's license, you have to have the HUD license under
Yes, sir.
a mobile home part of it, so.
The company does have, Marty Wright, they're based out of Bennettsville, North Carolina, and they do have a license over on that side. And they've done, plenty of modular homes in North Carolina, but they're just trying to expand now. They've been a company for, Anderson has been out there for 7 years now, and they just haven't got it to get someone to get the mod license and the residential builder's license to be able to do the mod.
I guess I'm somewhat conflicted. I mean, if we allow you to sit for this AMU pass it, in order for your business that you're with, able to do what they want to do, but it also allows you to go out and build something for anybody and anybody.
Yes, sir, but I don't plan to do that. I mean, my specialty is just doing, service handyman stuff. I don't ever want to, go out and, build a home, honestly, but, it would give me the opportunity if I ever wanted to, and get the experience under my belt to do that, but I would never do that until I did have the experience.
My concern is you don't have the experience to do that at this point.
I
don't think.
Not to build a house from the ground up, no, sir. But as far as, to get the modular license, all I need is the residential builder's license. And I do have experience with the mods because it's essentially the same setup as the manufactured home. And since October of 25, I've completed about 180 homes, and they've all been, code compliant and passed inspection, and I have a list and I have a board that I use that you guys could look at to see where I've done that and the process I have for that as well.
No other way for him to be able to provide the services needed than to have someone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I see it, and I got the same reservations you have. Do I think he's ready to build a new stick-built home from the ground up? No, by no means. But no, but he's also just testified he's done 180 of these things.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think what this gentleman is trying to convey is that for this company to transition to modular building construction, they have to have a licensed residential home builder on staff. They will also be required to have a license issued by the Building Code Council to be able to practice in that capacity. So anything that's manufactured in-house will require a licensed qualifier to supervise that.
Correct. Thank you for that info. I'm like y'all. I'm really struggling with this, but if he's going to stay on that side of it and do that, and like I said, if he's done what he said he has done on these 180 of them put up, and that's what the route they're going to go, I would be inclined to say yes And the only reason is the test, he's got to study this test. That's going to let him,
Because of the takeoff.
yeah, he's got to do, everything about a new construction home is going to be on this test. There's not going to be any modular on this test.
Yes, sir. And I've taken the NASCA class in Greenville recently, and I've got all the books to do the study material and everything. And I've been, I think I submitted the application in February, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, I've been going over those and doing price tests with PSI and all that. So,
Average sales price of one of these modular units you'd like to be able to sell?
So the modular units, they can go from anywhere from 250,000 to 500,000. Because there's so many things you can upgrade in the home, and they're pretty much built now the same way a home is. A stick-built home where they got 2x6 interior walls. They got a attic space, all that. So there's
I got a
there's
friend
great
that-
potential.
I got a friend that got one, put it down in Abbeville County out on a big old farm, and that thing, it looks good. It came in just like he described, and I was like, yeah.
And I know a lot of people, they look down on, mobile homes and stuff like that, and I did too, previously to starting, this company, but it's crazy how much that has grown.
Well, I'll make a motion, we let him sit for the exam. I think he's doing what his company's asking him to do. I do take some merit in the 180 of whatever that is. So we'll just see what if he can pass the test, then good for you. Glad you can, and that'll help you in your career, future.
Yes, sir.
So I'll make that motion.
And second.
I have a motion second, and I agree with what you just said. I've already said it earlier. A lot of reservations, but he is also was stuck in a hard place where we don't have.
Yeah, and I'm like Hal, he's done 180 of these others.
And it's not like we don't have an affidavit.
Yeah.
And we got affidavits just lacking, but.
We're going to penalize him because our rules aren't sufficient. Further, well, I won't say not sufficient. They're maybe
Gaps.
lacking in a category.
Yep, we have gaps on
Yeah,
certain
gaps.
categories.
Yeah.
All right, with that said, we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. Good luck. You'll receive a letter in the mail.
Thank you, sir.
The NASCLA study guide is, you go in the right direction at least.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
So, all right, thank you.
All right, y'all have a good afternoon.
Lunch now. Stop.
Late today.
All right, we're going to get back going. We're still on the initial applications. Next up is Jarrell Coleman. Yes, sir. Come up to one of those chairs. Please move this microphone where it's close to you. If you feel like you're about to stick it in your mouth, that's how close you got to get it. So it will not work otherwise.
Gotcha.
Mr. Coleman, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes.
All right. To your left is our court reporter, and she's going to get you sworn in, sir.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, license for Mr. Coleman could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you can explain that to us so we can determine whether you can sit for the exam.
How you doing, everybody? My name is Jarrell Coleman. I am applying for the residential builder's license. I am in the process of moving to South Carolina from Georgia, from Savannah, Georgia. I went through the process, and this is kind of my first time going through the process of approving everything. I went on and submitted everything that I had as far as my work experience, proof of work and everything that I had, but I didn't have the requirements for the, I think it was 1 year of proven experience. Majority of my experience that I have has been done independently or through subcontractors that I've, known personally and worked for over the last 6 years. I didn't have any way to formally show that work besides the pictures of work or, if I can do affidavits of work from people, but I don't have any under a licensed contractor.
Okay, so I'm just paging through some of this. It looks like a lot of renovation work. Is that?
Yes, I've did a lot of renovation work. I've done framing, drywall. I've worked in high-end cabinetry work, doing painting, installation, trim work. I've did pretty much everything that you can think of when it comes to, building and construction. Just like I said, not having that that licensure or anyone with that licensure to be able to sign off on it for me.
Did you have any kind of license in the state of Georgia?
No, sir. Majority of the work, like I said, I did was with, unfortunately, was with people who were unlicensed, very, very skilled people, but usually subcontractors for things, and I kind of picked up that trade from there. For the last 6 years, I have did probably 40 hours a week doing this type of work, but I've also worked in the aerospace companies. I worked for Gulfstream Aerospace, doing professional aircraft painting and things of that nature.
Have you been involved in any new home construction at all?
Yes. I have been involved in one major project in St. Mary's, Georgia, from ground up, not necessarily the lead man, but working with someone who's very skilled in doing that work and just learning the process, estimating the material procurement, hands-on, dealing with subcontractors and, doing a lot of the work also hands-on myself.
So I assume if you were to get this license in South Carolina, you'd be doing some of the same similar type of work, rehab work?
Yes, sir. Just me trying to, cover my bases. I've learned a lot through the years, and especially in the area that I was at. A lot of people were doing this work unlicensed, and it's just not the route that I want to go. So with me coming here, it's a time for me to transition and kind of get things going on the right foot And I know, you know, there's a lot to learn, but also, you know, I'm willing to do the work and, you know, just to want to have a chance to learn and take the exam.
Well, I commend you for coming and doing the right thing, at least giving it an attempt, because most don't.
Thank you.
All the pictures you submitted, that's for jobs that were done in Georgia?
Yes.
Upstream, that painting has to be pretty precise, doesn't it?
Yes, it's very meticulous, and I think that's one of the big things that I've learned from there is that quality is a big thing. It's very big and important on my list. One of the things that I've been told, and that sticks with me from there, is that you don't get second chances with planes. When they go in the air, you know, nobody can fix it, and if something happens, people's lives are at stake. So it's kind of one of the same things that I take to my craft as far as construction. I like for things to be done the best way possible the first time. I don't want to, you know, I mean, things happen, but you want to give it your best the first time because you don't always get a chance to do it again.
I understand that all the work that you did was from you individually for an individual, with the exception of this painting of the aircraft. Is that right?
Yes.
So wouldn't you have some sort of proof of the payment that you received, like your income tax filings?
Well, with the work that I did.
Ask us to take your word for this work that you've done.
Yes.
But we require proof of that in addition to your word. And why wouldn't you have that information? What your sales were last year, or your revenue was last year?
Well, I do have revenue per se for my 9-to-5 job. Majority of the work, like I said, that I did was under a, how do you say, a very close friend who runs a business, and he does all of those things. But for me, what we have done is that I necessarily didn't need the financial part of it. I wanted the experience as far as doing the work and knowing the work. And because I worked a 9-to-5, I never actually was a full-time employee of what he had going on. I worked a lot with him just for the learning aspect of it, and we did a lot of various jobs. I also, you know, I took part in pretty much everything in that learning aspect, but there was never because he was so small of a business, I never asked for any like real compensation for what had. Now, every now and again with the work that we do, and if it gets really big, then he would give me a certain amount of money every now and again, but nothing, never really major. But like I said, I have a way to show the money that I've made from my 9-to-5, but with him it's kind of just small things as a token of, you know, a gesture, but never anything that we had on paper.
So the pictures that you gave us, you were part of a crew that did this, and you did it without payment. Is that right? These kitchen remodeled and finish upgrade, you did that work without payment, and you were not by yourself. You had other people working with you. Is that right?
Yes, some of those jobs are me doing those things by myself, and some of those are with a crew of people.
You were not paid for any of this, for these pictures that you've got?
No, not in formal payment. I've received, you know, like a tip for here and there, but no formal payment for it.
What is your full-time job?
I work for Gulfstream Aerospace as a aircraft painter. I work there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I work 12-hour shifts, and we get paid for the last 4. And Monday through Thursday, I work 10 hours a day doing construction.
So all of these pictures are things you did sort of on the side when you were working full-time at Grumman, but you also had days that you worked on them because you weren't working at Grumman. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Didn't I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so your testimony is you work 9-to-5 on the construction side of your dual incomes or dual jobs, and you're saying you didn't get paid any money. You were just an apprentice, 9-to-5 every day for how long?
I work for Gallo Construction. I have been doing that for about a year and a half.
With no compensation, except the tip money.
Yeah, no.
That's your word, not mine.
Yes, no major compensation except for, like I said, little tips in here and there. And it's not, I know it seems odd, but it was more so of a favor to me because I didn't have any other opportunities for it. I met a guy who's really good at what he does, and I kind of just approached him, and I kind of offered that service of like, hey, like, I just really want to learn. You don't have to pay me. I know, if you're not in a situation where you can pay, but I have been doing that before that year. I had been doing jobs with other guys that I had been paid for full time, and I took payment for those jobs. But the more that I learned about it, I really didn't know about the payment part and knowing that it wasn't technically right. So when I learned about that, I stopped receiving those payments for about like the last year, and he just taught me everything that I needed to know.
Okay. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm going to have a difficult time unless the other commissioners can convince me to vote in favor of letting you take the test. My feeling is you ought to just get the registration first in whatever categories you can and do that for a little while on your own, and then come back in a year or 15, 16 months, and I promise you I'll feel a lot different than I do right now. I'm just a little hesitant to say you can take the test because I think you can pass the test. If I think that's a delicate career of painting jets. And I think the work that you've demonstrated and testified that you've done, I think that's very nice. It looks really good. I'm saying I can be convinced. But from going from no compensation of doing construction work to having the builder's license where you can go out and renovate anything, I'm reluctant to vote yes right now.
I completely understand. Like I said, it's not something that I'm telling you that I'm fully knowledgeable about. But it's something that I take everything that I do very, very seriously. I don't cut corners with anything. I understand, the way that it seems on it as far as what it is, and I'm appreciative of the opportunity for everything that's going on. So regardless of whatever decision, I'll be looking forward to whatever advice you do have for the steps moving forward. If we can get it to where I can take that test and, show what I can do, then I'm very appreciative of it. But this was I was able to try to get in the space that I needed to be in as far as in the state of South Carolina. I really didn't know any other avenues as far as, like you said, with registering and anything. But like I said, if whatever we can do, I'm appreciative of it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I'm pretty much right there with Mr. Dillard. I think the specialty registration that we have in the state of South Carolina will allow you to do a lot of these things here. If you choose 3 that will make it work, you can do a lot of the things that you've got in these pictures right here in South Carolina and be legal.
Okay.
Paid.
Yeah, and get paid, right. Yeah.
Motion somewhere?
I haven't made a motion. I can. I'll make a motion. We deny Mr. Coleman's request for being able to take the home builder's licensing exam.
Second.
Lack of experience.
Second.
So have a motion second. Is any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right.
I think if you could tell them, just, they could help them and.
So, Mr. Coleman, the staff can direct you now how to go and apply for a specialty registration, which is fairly simple. It's very little requirements to get that. And if you get that license or registration and work under it for a period of time, document what you're doing, and then come back, I think you'll have a different result. And that's just going to show to us that you've got more experience and are serious, on moving forward with this. So,
Okay.
But I think that'll be your best route.
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Christopher Boley. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Boley, you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, license for Mr. Bowley could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories, and the experience affidavit was completed by an engineer, not by a licensed builder.
All right, sir, if you want to give us some details on that and your work experience.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the part of the reason why the experience thing didn't quite work out for me, I have experience under a licensed builder, but it was 5.5 years ago. So it was really unfortunate timing on that. But through that time, I've done everything from, I think I sent in my resume, y'all might be able to see that. I've done everything from sheds to building decks, gazebos, porch additions, foundation work, interior finishes. I've done flooring, tile. I've done pretty much everything interior professionally. Currently, I'm working at Yoder's Building Supply in Fairplay doing engineered wood design, everything from gravity loads, floor systems. I worked with trusses briefly, a little bit of department shift there, but I worked with trusses briefly and anything to do with engineering without actually putting a stamp on it. So that's kind of the engineer that I worked with is pretty much my direct supervisor there. I work directly under him. And so there was a little bit of I wasn't sure if it said licensed professional, so it was kind of a gray area there. I wasn't sure what that all worked out to be. But as far as professional experience goes, that's kind of my professional experience. I can go into more detail about that if y'all have questions. But unprofessionally, I've been swinging a hammer since I could hold one. I've done everything from framing to plumbing, a little bit of electrical, drywall. Me and my dad built their house pretty much from the ground up, barring I did not do the electrical on that, and I did not finish the drywall because nobody likes doing that.
So your current job title with Yoder's right now, what is it?
I would be considered the lead engineered wood design coordinator.
That's all floor, roof systems?
Everything structural from the top, ridge beams all the way down to foundation.
Okay. So you're doing all the design work that would produce a truss, either floor system, roof system, or whatever component that needed to be sized?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was the builder you worked for?
It was Levon Backer was the builder. He runs Swing of Things out of Long Creek.
And is that new home construction?
It was at the time. He's ventured into some actual home building now, but at the time it was primarily small additions, decks, that sort of thing.
And that was I guess, working alongside him on the job site type thing?
Yeah, I was a direct employee, so I had W-2s.
So were y'all hands-on, where y'all did the foundations,
Yes, sir.
framing, y'all did everything?
I did
pretty
everything
much?
from helping pour the foundations all the way up to putting the roof on.
And I don't know if, you may have said, but how many years was that?
I worked for him around 3 years. In between there, like I had one stint there where I've worked with other builders and stuff. I was a sub I worked for a subcontractor, so I don't know if I could really count that. But
I'm just trying to get your full background. I mean, yeah, we asked for 5 years or sooner, but there's a lot of things happen beyond that
Yes,
are
sir.
relevant. How did you learn the computer, the design end of it?
I've framed, so I'm no stranger to how stuff goes together. It was basically the engineer that I had sign my work affidavit sat with me and walked me through. The software was one thing, but all the different design criterias and how to load stuff properly, tracking loads, all that kind of stuff. I pretty much just sat under him for about 1.5 years before he, I guess, released me to kind of do my designs. So he sits right down the hall from me currently. So we're always in communication with him. Outside of him, we've worked with a couple different engineers across South Carolina, North Carolina. We've stretched up into North Carolina, Tennessee, all the way down into Georgia. As well as we do turnkey, so following through with projects, working with project managers, that sort of thing as well.
And that's all out of that Highway 24 plant?
Yeah, we've got 2 different plants, but yeah.
Okay, the
Fair
newer
play.
one, I thought the newer one was just a truss plant, but you multiple truss plants?
Yes, sir. We've got the truss plant, and then we've got the actual building supplies where our office is located is in Fairplay.
If I got this right, so you work where?
It's Yoder's Components is the technical place that I work. It's under Yoder's Building Supply.
Owner of the company is a licensed residential builder?
Actually, yes, the owner of the company is a licensed residential builder. Harley Yoder is him. I don't work directly under him, so I didn't have him fill anything out for me. There's actually a couple of our employees there that hold a license. I just don't work directly with them. So the engineer was the closest thing to a direct supervisor for me that was able to actually sign something for me.
How long have you been there?
I've been there about 3 years now.
What do you want to do if you take the test, pass the test? Are your plans to stay at Yoder's, or you want to stay and build a house or 2 a year, or what?
Yeah, like I was saying, I've been swinging a hammer since I was able to hold one, and it feels like the natural progression of things for me up to this point. Feels like the Lord has opened a bunch of doors for me, and this feels like the next one for me. The goal with this is to take the knowledge that I've gained over the last couple of years and step out onto my own. That's always been something that's been inside of me of wanting to build something. Just working for a company. So I guess to answer your question, yes, that's, I've got a bunch of stuff laid out, and the idea is hopefully in the next year to 2 years to have something off the ground and rolling.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, do you have experience putting together the components that you build,
Yes, sir.
but then building them into a home? Do you have that experience?
Yes, sir, I do.
For Yoder?
Not for Yoders. I've done a couple different things. Like I was saying, me and my dad built their house from the ground up. I've done a couple different projects. Like working for Swing of Things, we've done additions, we've done things like that. I did spend a little bit of time working in the shop as well, putting the trusses together, working with the actual material. But outside of that, I have done quite a bit of framing and various things like that, just not in a professional setting to where I could show a W-2 or a statement for it.
I think he's qualified. If he designs all of the structural components, I mean, y'all don't know, that's a big lumber yard. I mean, it's pretty big. I mean, I think he's more than qualified to take the exam.
Another part of it is, I know the construction company he worked for, the Swing of Things, is just right outside the 5-year mark. And that's where, you know, he had, 2.5 years or 2+ years experience there building, you know. It might have been mainly additions and renovations, but I mean, he has that under his belt also.
Like, even though you didn't work under the direct supervision of the owner, you still was a licensed builder, so I'm comfortable. Move that the applicant be allowed to sit for the home builders exam.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Wesley Funderburk.
How are y'all this afternoon?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Mario Pacella, counsel for Mr.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's go ahead and get you sworn in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we proceed further with this one, there may be some information based on what we have that may be subject to confidentiality and privacy laws. We would often go in, or we would typically go into closed session in such a circumstance, and we can do that, and it would be closed to the public. But if you wish this to remain in public session, just let us know what you would prefer.
We're okay with the open session. The two people here, part of the process are wife and one of his witnesses, Gary Bailey, both here in case they need to vouch for his character. I don't intend to call them as witnesses, but they're not.
Okay. I mean, it is being live streamed to the public as well.
Yes, that's
I
fine.
understand that.
Okay. All right. You waive that and proceed in public session then, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Baumberger.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, renewal for Mr. Funderburk could not be approved at staff level due to items on his criminal background report.
It's Pacella, right?
Pacella.
Pacella. All right.
I'll answer to Pacella or
Okay,
whatever. Hey,
I'm
you.
sorry. Your turn, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, members of the board. I'm going to be very brief. Mr. A tragic case.
Would you mind pulling the microphone a little bit closer? The whole base will move to you. And unfortunately, you have to be very close for it to pick you up.
This obviously is a tragic case. It was a felony DUI situation where he owned it, took responsibility immediately, and resulted in a plea and serving some prison time. His background, he's going to explain that he had, at that point, an alcohol issue and that he's maintained sobriety since the night of that accident. And I'm going to let Mr. Funderburk, if it's okay with the board, give his prepared statement, which will be brief, and then answer any questions you have.
That'd be fine.
Thank you all for allowing me this opportunity. My name is Wes Funderburk. I'm married, father of 3. I'm the son of a builder and contractor, and that's all I've ever known. That's all I've ever done. I grew up riding on equipment, my dad's job sites, picking up nails. So that's sort of just a little bit of background on me and that. I was involved in, I was drinking and driving involved in a car accident January 2021. It was a snowy evening, and I was guilty of that. I was found guilty in a court of law, sentenced to 15 years. I was allowed to be on house arrest. I did 4.5 years on house arrest. That was allowed me to continue to work, provide for my family, go to church. And so that led to 9 months of incarceration at South Carolina Department of Corrections that I had to satisfy in order to put that behind me. Before I had to go and do all of that, immediately post the accident, my life was sort of in shambles. I had some success as a result of my job and career. I had a pretty big ego, selfish. My marriage was struggling, and with having a history of alcohol abuse, I used that as an excuse to self-medicate, and unfortunately the accident happened. My church and family really pulled me close when this happened. It devastated me in my life. The church offered a program which they help people with habits that they're struggling with, addictions, that sort of nature. So I went through that program. It's a 12-step program. Took approximately 10 months with a mentor and a group of guys that I'm still very close with. After completing that program, the pastor recommended that I lead other men that were struggling with addictions. And so I saw that as an honor and growth in my life. So I led them through the program as well. I continued to work throughout all of this, except for the time that I was incarcerated. Since all of this happened, my life is completely different, completely changed. There's guardrails that have been put in place in my life. Mistakes happen all the time, but my life is really improved in a reflection of that accident that night. And it was a tragedy, but a lot of good things have come. I have 2 more children. I have a great group of friends, a community that I live life with. I don't keep any of this a secret from anyone. I use it as an opportunity of testimony. And, you know, I'm very fortunate. So I knew that as a result of this, that holding a license with the state of South Carolina, I'm also a licensed real estate agent, that I was going to have to go in front of the board, present my case, and I appreciate the opportunity. And whatever the board decides here today is acceptable by me. This is, you know, part of the mistake that I made, but I work every single day with friends, families, members of the community, libraries, parks. I feel like I have a pretty good reputation and have set a good example of myself since this accident happened, and will not be defined by this accident, but as the person that I became as a result of it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
All right, thank you, sir. Still probation left, correct?
Yes, sir. I am currently on probation. I have satisfied a little over half of the requirements of probation, but there is a couple years left and a few other requirements.
The few other requirements, they monetary requirements or?
No, my probation's paid in full. I have to attend some meetings, Mothers Against Drunk Driving or similar type panels, in which I've been out about 6 months. So I got home the 1st of February, and Lawrence County needed some construction expertise at a new ag center that they built. And the director of Lawrence County Ag realized that I didn't need to be picking up trash and that he would be foolish not to use somebody with my experience on a project they were trying to finish up. So I was able to satisfy my community service with him. And so the last hurdle, I don't have a license and I got 3 small kids. So getting to the closest panel has been difficult, and we're trying to offer to the judge maybe me continuing to do the stuff that I'm doing at church with addiction and those groups as possibly holding that. So we're working on, but that's one of the requirements that I have to fill.
Yes, I'm just trying to, immediately after you were found,
No, sir. So
It's the reverse. He was on house arrest while the case was working its way through the court. It was always going to be a plea, but he was on house arrest from the bond hearing until the final court proceedings.
9 months.
sentenced for?
15 years suspended to 7. I got credit for the 4.5 years that I was on house arrest. So that's why 4.5 years plus 9 months meets the South Carolina Department of Corrections requirement for a 7-year sentence.
Renewed your license during the period of time that you were under house arrest? Or
No, sir. We sent affidavit to the License Commission because at that point I was not guilty. We just explained to the commission that this was outstanding. We didn't know what would happen. Obviously we didn't know what a judge would decide. This could have been pled down to vehicular manslaughter. We didn't know. And that satisfied the commission. They said, until there's until there's an actual felony, thank you for letting us know. Continue to let us know every year. But and this year is when it became final, and that's why I'm here this year. Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, this is a renewal application for everybody's information.
Your license is currently active.
Up for renewal as of July 1st of this year?
I think that was the date.
Yes, that was.
Sorry.
That was the date. And we turned the application in.
So when someone submits the renewal form with additional information that's going to require an appearance, we put them in a status of pending board review, and the permit offices know they can continue to work while awaiting their board appearance.
Thank you.
I think you told me, but how much is left on probation? How much time?
That date fluctuates the way I understand it, but I think my earliest release right now is 2027. At the point that I finish the required meetings, it continues to come down. So they have a good time system similar to the Department of Corrections. Most of the people that are on probation because they have to continue to pay to be monitored. Every requirement that I could or have been able to meet, I have already met advanced times. As soon as I'm able to complete the last portion of the probation requirements, my date will come down further. So it's a moving scale.
Right.
As long as you behave yourself, it's going to come down, not go.
Yes, sir. I'm in a very, very low-risk category. I check in with the probation office about every 3 months, and I speak with the lady up front. I took an initial drug test, and they're very sweet ladies. They know that this was very out of character and an accident, and that I'm not really high risk. I'm a professional. I'm a father. You go to church on Sundays. I've paid up and paid in full for the entire 5 years that I was required of probation. So they just asked that I check in, make sure I haven't had any experience with law enforcement, which I haven't. And so I think the next time I checked in July 9th, and September 3rd is the next time I have to check in, just right for Labor Day. So I check in 3 months or so, 3 or 4 months. High-risk people would check in like weekly.
Understand you correctly, while you were waiting for your court, also picked up for firearms offense in 25, is that right?
No, sir. That was run concurrent. So
Sorry?
that was run concurrent.
All right. All right, what I asked was, and maybe I asked the question the wrong way. This looks like a date of 5/13/25. And unlawful carrying of pistol, weapons, first offense. Is that wrong on the dates, or am I not asking the question the right way?
The arrest, it's part and parcel of the same arrest. So the firearm was in the vehicle, and then that plea
Appears
came
to
on the
be
same time.
Separate sort of thing. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for straightening that out.
Excuse me, what is the name of the recovery program that you're working through your church?
Called Regen. And Regen it's a biblically based 12-step program.
RE is one word, Gen, GEN is the other word.
I'm not, as the chairman said, not wanting to rehash felony charge for the DUI was just the latest.
Yes, sir. As I said in my testimony that I gave to you, alcohol was an issue that I've struggled with for most of my life. It was, as a result of this accident, there has been a profound change in my life. Alcohol is not a choice that I would ever choose again. You know, there's a lot of lessons that were learned as a result of this. And I could spend probably the rest of the afternoon telling you about those, you know, from the shame that I ended up having to work through as a result of the accident, the shame that it brought to my family, my business, actually having to go and spend time in the Department of Corrections in the state of South Carolina. But through all that, and that is the person that I've become now. And what I continue to do with my life as a result of that day. And I can promise to you and this board here today that, should you allow me to continue the profession that I've always been a part of and the only thing I've ever wanted to do my entire life, I will be an outstanding member of the community and try to model myself as contractors can get a bad rap sometimes. And I try to be the guy that you call, that you don't have any of the issues. And we know how to run a tight ship. We give a very good product. We recognize that code is a minimum, and we do it safe and we do it right. And I want to continue that. And I don't, like I said, nothing about my past is, I'm complete open book, and it has allowed me the opportunity to speak some wisdom into people that are younger than me that I see make similar poor decisions. I'm nowhere near as wise as I hope to be one day, but I try to share at least what I have learned and how I have changed.
Got first married in 2017.
Yes. She's sitting right behind me. We have 3 beautiful kids. She is amazing. She is. She held everything together while I wasn't here. And unfortunately, my dad, who I dreamed of working with and did have the pleasure of working with for a lot of my adult life, passed away while I was in the Department of Corrections. And I was fortunate enough that the governor allowed me to come and visit him right before he passed. As soon as I left, he passed 20 minutes later. He was waiting on me. So I continued to run the family business, and coming home from that, it's just, there's been a lot. There's been a lot of reasons that if I wanted to drink, I could have chose to drink. But continuing jobs, losing my father, coming home to my kid, to my wife, and re-putting all those pieces back together just continues to make me a stronger, more able-bodied person. And it shows the strength that I have that I doubted in myself for a long time. And I think it was a part of that doubt and shame that I chose to drink. So, yeah, through my 20s, I was, like I said, egotistical, selfish, and I had to do a lot of growing up. And I was very fortunate that the Lord blessed me with the wife that I have and the children that I have. And I am a walking testimony today that this too shall pass. Things can get better, but it does require work. And that's one thing I'm not afraid of.
All right, I got a couple questions here one for our administrator. Past criminal history, has that always been acknowledged previously in his applications?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is for advice counsel. He's stated he's currently a leader in his faith-based addictions program. If we were to allow him to continue, Can we make it part of the motion, part of the order, that he's required to continue doing that?
Certainly, the board could put reasonable conditions on it. I mean, I'm not sure if they would have the ability or, that we could force him if they don't allow him to do it.
Okay. How about
Part of his probation requirements?
I doubt it. Is part of your probation that you continue working through your faith-based addictions program at your church?
It's not, but we're trying to get it that way. Instead of doing the Mothers Against Drunk Driving panels because of where they are, when they are, the judge was aware in the plea of the leadership that I did there. And I'll make this statement to you personally, man to man. I will continue to do that because it's the right thing to do, regardless of whether the state of South Carolina or this board requires me to do so. To me, that's one of the things that I have to do or I need to do to keep me level-headed and to keep my ego down and to keep me selfless, is to give my time away to people like that. So regardless of whether the board requires it or not, you have to continue to do.
I just add, that's mainly the guardrail. That's the most important guardrail that the most important guardrail that he has put in place to ensure sobriety is regen. There are other guardrails, his family, his sort of community of church families that they spend time with. Those are parts of the guardrails, but the most important one is the regen based on spending time with Mr. Funderburk.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to try this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to give one thing, and I don't know where you were heading with this motion, but if we were to allow him to continue with his license, that he has to comply with all the terms of his probation. I would probably like to see a criminal report at least the 2028 renewal and possibly the 2030 renewal down the road that he's going to provide to us that shows that nothing has happened. I mean, nothing has happened.
Okay.
Or I know you're going to make a motion and that, but that report, a SLED report would be sufficient? We don't need an NCIC report?
So a SLED report
Okay.
would be fine, just to make sure that he is holding true to what he says.
Sir.
All right. I'm going to make a motion that we allow you to renew your builder's license with the conditions that you furnish for the next 2 renewal cycles a SLED report along with your renewal, that you furnish a letter that says you are current with all probation requirements, and for the next 2 renewals also, that you send a letter from your church pastor that says you are still part of the Regen faith-based addictions program.
Yes, sir.
That motion also including that he remain compliant with the terms of his probation. Tell him to supply a letter, but the assumption is he has to remain compliant, I assume.
Yeah, you got to be compliant.
Yes, sir.
Legal terms, you know how they are.
I'll second it, but I want to ask a question about the motion, I guess.
Motion second, discussion.
The Regen program has an
No, sir, it's year-round, so it goes through cycles. So they meet weekly. When there's enough men to break out into a small group, it's 8, 10, sometimes it's 12, then that cycle starts. So that's more every week, 2 hours, there's homework, and then you come in and you do you're required to have like a sponsor or a mentor, and you work through those 12 steps.
And this is probably the wrong word, but do you at some point graduate from that?
Yes, so I graduated after my program, my 10-month, and then the group that I led through, I obviously led their graduation, and they graduated as well.
I just want to make sure that the requirement that the letter be provided that he's still part of that program is feasible, no longer not allowed to continue, but that's something that can be obtained based on the motion.
Well, he would be a leader instead of a participant. So the answer is yes, but to be clear, he'd be a leader in that group. But a leader in a 12-step group is just someone who's done it longer, not really who's, everyone still has sort of the same kinds of issues to work through, but.
And yeah, I'm very good friends with the pastor that heads the program through our church, and he will be more than happy to write a letter. They want me in that leadership role. My story is as well as the recovery, and so they like me.
I think what the only reason he's asking for a letter is to show proof.
Yes,
that
sir.
you're continuing. And if something happens to that program, it's disbanded or whatever, then we have a letter sent to us that says it's no longer in progress, and we don't do it. And if you choose to pick up something else, then maybe we get a letter of that or inform us
Yes, sir.
that that's what you're doing. Now, I think that's just the basis of what he's trying to do here.
I understand.
Can I ask one more question under discussion? And I wasn't going to ask it because I was trying to be quiet, but while incarcerated, who ran the company?
Who ran the company?
Mm-hmm.
My father.
Okay, and then he passed away during your time of the incarceration?
About 30 days before I was released.
Okay, and when were you released?
The end of January 30th, I think, is the day I came home. This year.
Since your release, you've been running it.
Yes, sir.
And what do you all do?
We do a little bit of everything. So we do renovations. We do light grading work. We've done new construction. We do just whatever. I don't really market. I have a group of people that just continue to call us to perform whatever construction services they need.
Okay, thank you.
Everything you do mostly in Greenwood.
Mostly in Greenwood, yes, sir. Some in Lawrence. I live in Lawrence now. It's about 25 minutes away. Gary's building's in Lawrence. We look to do more in Lawrence, but Lawrence is not growing near at the rate that Greenwood is.
There's enough addiction out there. I'm not too worried about his church program going away.
All right, is there any further discussion? We have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you and your time.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes applications and renewals. We'll be moving on to final order hearings. Good afternoon. I see we just have the one final order hearing today.
And I have 2 waivers.
Okay. Well, you can start wherever you want to.
I'll go ahead and do the final order first, since that's the first thing. I'm going to hand to the court reporter the proof of service of notice of today's hearing, and I'll bring one to the chairman. And just so you know, when I went out for a different reason, I checked, and there was nobody waiting, so I don't believe that the respondent is here. So Mr. Austin had a death in the family, and so I'm here for him. The first case is the final order hearing in the matter of Maurice G. Benjamin, license number RBS 64566, case number 2025-805, which is a citation appeal. The board has a copy of the paperwork relating to this case. A copy of the notice of today's hearing was sent out, and I have provided that to the court reporter and the chairman, and that I request be admitted as State's Exhibit 1 today.
Okay, and you feel like the service was adequately done?
I checked the service that was done, and everything was sent to the same address where Mr. Benjamin has previously signed certified receipts and accepted service. The regular mail was not returned. He refused to pick up the certified mail receipt. The certified mail, so we got the whole thing back, sorry.
Okay, but from your testimony, you said he has replied to you in previous times from that same address when he's been mailed to?
He has, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So we will move in States 1, move it into evidence, and we will proceed with this.
The hearing officer in this case found that the state presented sufficient evidence of notice of the appeal of the citation, as well as evidence to support the imposition of the citation, and it should be upheld and affirmed as properly issued. The state therefore requests that the board approve the findings of the hearing officer and affirm his recommendation, making it the order of the board on this appeal. The citation and penalties in the amount of $1,000 would then be upheld.
Motion to approve hearing officer's recommendation.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that'll move on to the final order hearings, accepted final order.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. I'm not exactly sure what I am supposed to do with these. You should have copies of these in your materials, but these are the acceptance for each of the waiver hearings. Do I provide this to the court reporter?
The
Board already has a copy.
I don't think the court reporter, you should have all that, correct?
You don't need to provide a copy of the court reporter. It's in the board materials.
So, and there's just two of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if we can just take those, vote on those individually and just hit the highlights of what it is.
Yes, sir. The first case is the matter of Joshua Mangan, license number RBB 50089, case number 2023-511. You have a copy of the acceptance of the hearing officer's recommendation. That followed an evidentiary hearing before the hearing officer at which the respondent appeared. He was represented by counsel. Both parties presented evidence, and the hearing officer found the respondent's work to be in part substandard and that he had committed a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act. The penalties assessed were in the amount of $1,500, and as previously stated, the respondent has accepted that and joins with the state in requesting that you approve the hearing officer's recommendation as the order of this board.
So moved.
I beg your pardon?
Not yet. Not,
The fine does not become due until the final order is accepted and it's made.
Once we
Up until
accept
this point, it is a recommendation.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Next one.
This is the matter of Brian K. Knoll, license number RBB 51806, case number 2025-379. You have a copy of the paperwork in this case. The recommendation of the hearing officer followed an evidentiary hearing at which the respondent appeared pro se. Both parties presented evidence, and the hearing officer found the respondent to have committed application fraud for failing to disclose a prior criminal conviction, but he also found that the state had failed to prove that this constituted a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act and assessed a penalty of $500. Mr. Knoll has accepted the hearing officer's recommendation and requests with the state that the court approve the hearing officer's recommendation as the order of this board.
Motion to approve hearing officer recommendation.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, ma'am.
All for me. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I have a question, like that last one, $500. If they pay the $500, how long does that stay on, not their record, but whatever that would be called? Or does it go away when it's paid?
The public order of discipline would remain on their record even after the fine is paid.
For how long?
Definitely, unless it were to potentially be expunged at some point in the future.
Okay. Man.
All right. With that, we'll be moving on to the OIE report. Good afternoon, Mr. Cudd.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Got one not long ago.
As promised to Commissioner Dillard, I'll be very brief
The
today.
clock is running.
The OIE status report as of August 12th, 2026, we had 617 complaints received, 111 active investigations, and 615 cases closed.
About any questions? All right, moving on to the IRC report.
IRC report for July 29th, 2026. We had 5 dismissals, 5 formal complaints, 3 citations, and 2 letters of caution.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye. Resolution guidelines.
Resolution guidelines for August 12th, 2026. We had 27 citations issued and 1 dismissal.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye. All right, thank you, sir. Executive report. Janet, anything other than what's in the tab?
No, sir.
All right, moving on to new business. As everyone knows, we have no vice chair right now, so we need to elect a new vice chair to fill out this term.
Just a question, are the terms for the chair and vice chair for 1 year?
This would be to fill the remainder of Mr. Bailey's term. And I believe you do elections in January typically, and so then a new election come January to fill chair and vice chair.
Slide down, but I'd like to offer a motion that Hal Dillard serve the remainder of the vacant chair year.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Is there discussion of any? All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right.
Hey, Chris.
Mine.
Now, does he stay over there or does he move over here?
Needs to move over here for the rest of the meeting.
To adjourn. All right, we're going to postpone the NATE exam certification till Christy gets back, since she is our HVAC person. Straightforward what we're asking for there, or looking at there. Next is a revision of the residential builder's experience affidavit.
So I need a little guidance. I was asked if we could, we're project manager, if an additional, like a project manager who just manages the projects versus a project manager who's out in the field supervising what trades, if that makes any sense, how we could revise the affidavit somewhat to possibly get more information, because a lot of people just check off project manager and think it entails everything, and that makes it acceptable and we can approve it at staff level.
So that was something I've come across on numerous applications that they send me, and somebody that's worked for typically a production builder, and all they put is project management. And I know what they're thinking in their head. They're thinking that encompasses the entire envelope of it from start to finish. I was thinking having some type of check mark. Does this include all the listed trades below? Or, just something to say that, yes, I don't sit in the office and project management. I'm on site, managing these projects from that point, and yes, all the trades I'm working through.
Name it site project manager.
Yeah.
That would be confusing to them, because what the nationals look for and what we look for is different. But
yeah,
these guys who've worked for these national 5 or 6 years probably know a lot of how to build houses.
How could you word it? All right, if they check project management in parentheses, in a small space, how could you word it? All right, then check all the places that they supervise.
Yeah. I mean, do you put project management including field supervising all trades, or just project management?
We could
I don't know.
have more checks, because
that's what I'm trying to avoid.
if we could put lead project management with an asterisk explaining what that should include, rather than, people fail to check stuff and then it comes to us.
Yeah, if they will actually look at the asterisk or some way to alert them, show them that, what, because we're getting it, basically the staff's getting an incomplete affidavit at that point. And we probably 90% of the time should be pushing that person on through instead of giving them incomplete.
I was thinking about it while you're talking, and I had 2 site superintendents who would qualify as project managers, but neither one of them had gone and bought a permit. I handled all that. So, and once again, with the national builders, those guys don't do that either. And I used to do the air inclusion thing, and I can't, but we had to do a form when we got what the R values of the windows and all that stuff, and they hadn't done any of that. It was done for them, but learn how to do that was not real complicated.
That's just energy code checklist.
And I would think in the national builders that those guys, those site superintendents, would not be doing that either. They'd get the work order and, start scheduling the clearing and grading and the digging of footings.
How about, can you word it, continue to check supervised trades in a parenthesis out there beside it? Would that help any, you think? Will they pay attention to that, first of all?
Well, you could put there, check supervised trades right over the boxes that we have that show footing, clearing.
Right.
And just put that one phrase right over there.
Yeah, true.
In that case, they didn't actually do it. they supervised it, and
Yeah,
that's.
I mean, I don't know if you can put it in the writing, if they'll read it, that says if you check project management, does this include all trades? Or check the trades included.
Trades included, sure.
Yep. That'd be the only way I know to do it that makes sense of any kind.
Does that make sense to you, something like that?
The commission would like, we can try to put together some ideas and maybe bring it back to you next meeting to see kind of which ideas you like.
Yeah, I just don't want to muddy it up anymore. But I do want to clarify where the staff's not having to, all right, that immediately flags it, then it sits, it's got to come to me. I'm looking at it going, okay, you read everything that they're doing and done and go, yes, I assume they're on site, they're doing this, and yes, they're qualified to do it. But you don't know until somebody actually checks it off and says it. I mean, if I was checking, if I had done an affidavit with somebody and they were at project management on the field every day, I'd check everything was on the darn thing. I mean, multiple times.
We've already got the problem with. Sorry. With the national builders, their site superintendents probably are not known by whoever the license holder is for the state. So he can check.
I mean, it's not just the national builders I get either. I mean, we
Yeah,
get some, some
I'm just trying to
custom
think
home
of-
builders that have a superintendent or project management person who's probably there on a daily basis, and this all, and I know, as a builder, he's probably checking, that takes care of everything.
Yeah.
I don't need to explain the rest of the trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, in their mind, they know what he does,
Yeah.
but,
So, if you can come up with something that helps that out, and we look at it and see if that'll solve some of the
What we're trying to
incomplete.
do is get these folks to the test quicker that have
Yeah.
this experience.
Well,
Isn't
that, and
right?
it takes, plus it takes time.
Staff looks at it, yeah,
Doesn't
sure,
have
and
to
they're
deal
done
with
with
it. That right now, if it comes in incomplete, then the back and forth emails, you ought to see some of these damn things. And it's like, they don't need to be dealing with that. Yep. So, all right, I think that gets us where we need to be on that.
Yes, it did.
All right, public comment, there is none. Adjournment.
So moved.
Motion and a second, all those in favor say